So, junior brother, you've actually stepped into the five-turn Bone Master realm? Pei Luoqing stared at me, his face a mask of pure shock. I didn't try to hide it, I simply nodded. In this world, keeping your cultivation level a secret isn't always the best move. Sometimes, showing off a bit of talent is the best way to protect yourself. Of course, my real secret, the fact that I possessed multiple life bonds, was something I would take to my grave. You really are gifted, Pei Luoqing laughed, shaking his head. Our teacher certainly has a sharp eye for talent. Li Ruoqian didn't seem surprised at all. She had likely sensed my breakthrough earlier. Otherwise, she wouldn't have trusted me to stay by the little princess's side to intercept the strongest demons in the pack. Still, even she seemed impressed by the aftermath of the battle. The bamboo grove was a graveyard. It hadn't been a fight. It had been a one-sided slaughter. I had wiped out an entire squad of demons alone, and my clothes were barely even dusty. We were simply on different levels. Senior brother Pei, Lady Li, I said, getting straight to the point. Did you find out which faction those traitorous warriors belonged to? That was what worried me most. I had a nagging feeling that someone was trying to stir the pot, hoping to drag the 12 buildings into a messy conflict. If that happened, I'd be forced into the middle of it. Pei Luoqing shook his head. We have leads, but nothing certain yet. Li Ruoqian stepped forward. Because of the massacre at the 9th Palace's 16 buildings, the palace once suspected the Prince of Kanglan. Relations turned sour quickly. The prince's manor has been investigating this ever since, hoping to find the real culprit and clear their name. I listened in silence. To be honest, I had suspected the Prince of Kanglan myself. I've always made it a habit to assume the worst of people. Even if the prince was beloved by the people of Southern Border, who knew what he was really like behind closed doors. I didn't know him, so I didn't trust him. We'll find out soon enough, Pei Luoqing said, clasping his hands toward Li Ruoqian. My thanks to you, Lady Li. If you hadn't been here, the 12 buildings would have been in grave danger. Li Ruoqian gave a modest smile. I only added the finishing touches. With building Master Pei's strength, holding out until reinforcements arrived wouldn't have been an issue. Her comment surprised me. It seemed my senior brother Pei was much stronger than your average 6-turn Bone Master. It also explained why our teacher, Yu Hengchuan, held him in such high regard. After a bit more small talk, Li Ruoqian went to comfort the little princess. Pei Luoqing glanced at the demon corpses littered across the ground. Junior brother, do you need help disposing of these? No need, I replied with a grin. Senior brother, I can use the materials from these demons for bone refining, right? Yes, he nodded, though his expression grew serious. But be careful. The energy within demon remains as violent. It's easy to lose control during the process. I told him I'd be careful, but I wasn't worried. No matter how violent the energy was, once it went into my black jar, it would be suppressed completely. I'll report this to the 9th Palace, Pei Luoqing said as he prepared to leave. Teacher will likely visit again soon. Get ready, he'll be thrilled. He might even name you his personal disciple this time. I didn't care much for titles, but if it came with enough perks, I wasn't going to say no. Once they left, I had my ant army haul the demon corpses into the Bone Remnant Tower. Pei Luoqing had taken the human trader's body for investigation, but he gave me the corpse of a 5-turn demon as compensation. I was itching to see if these monsters could actually produce good goo. I grabbed my blade and got to work, butchering the corpses and sorting the parts. It was time to experiment. For the first attempt, I selected my materials. 1 4-turn leaping insect, 2 4-turn killer wasps, the heart of a mountain wind tiger, and the fangs of a greenwood wolf. Synthesize, I muttered. The jar glowed. You have obtained the 5-turn spiral bone, tiger sting wasp king. It was a highly aggressive goo. As a life bond, it could help a bone master radiate a tiger king aura to intimidate beasts. As a subordinate, it could launch deadly stings. It was good, but not good enough. I wanted potential, not just raw power. I passed on it. Next try. I used a 4-turn 1,000 silk goo, 2 4-turn demon spiders, the gallbladder of a 1,000 silk demon spider, and the spirit of a beauty python. You have obtained the 5-turn spiral bone, human-faced demon spider. This one was eerie. As a life bond, it granted 8 venomous spider leg appendages for combat. As a subordinate, it emitted haunting sonic attacks. It was stronger than the wasp, but it felt like a villain's weapon. I still wasn't satisfied. I decided to go all in. I gathered the most precious parts of the demons and the rare materials Li Ruoqian had brought me earlier. Tiger brother, wolf bro, snake sis, pig lady. I whispered a small prayer. I know I killed you all, but please, give me some face and help me roll a god-tier bone. I selected the materials: the 5-turn human-faced demon spider, a spider's silk-spinning organ, the beauty python's gallbladder, the mountain wind tiger's soul essence, the greenwood wolf's brain core, and a blade of kingheart grass, the rarest item Li Ruoqian had given me. Synthesize. The black jar trembled violently. Then, a notification flashed in my mind. You have obtained the 5-turn true bone, Ponzi Queen. My eyes lit up. Going all in really was the smartest move. This was an all-rounder type goo. It could kill with venom, distract enemies with spiderlings, and even control corpses. Its life-bond silk could mimic the properties of any living thing. It could be used to forge armor or even stitch up internal organs. This was the first time I had ever seen a goo labeled as all-rounder. Its value was immeasurable. Even my echo drum goo didn't have this kind of prestige. A tiny spider crawled out of the jar. It was only the size of my thumb, translucent like crystal, shimmering with a mysterious glow. It crawled onto my hand with the grace of a dancing forest sprite. The silk it trailed behind was iridescent, like a flowing river from a fairy tale. Chi-chi, the Ponzi Queen squeaked. It was so faint I could barely hear it, but through our mental link, I understood perfectly. It wanted me to rub its head. It was acting cute. You have the title of a queen, but you act like a little sister. I laughed. Since you're so sentient, you need a name. You're my 5th life bond, and you're a girl. I'll call you Wu Mei, 5th sister. Wu Mei seemed thrilled, rubbing her tiny body against my arm. My other goo, Little Color, seemed a bit jealous and started rubbing against my other arm. I sighed, realized my life was officially going to be spent surrounded by bugs and beasts. To others, these creatures were monsters. To a bone master, they were family, the other half of our very lives. It just so happened that I had more other halves than most. 7 days later, Yu Hengchuan returned to the bamboo grove. This time, he was alone. Lin Yuan, he said, looking at me with a smile. We meet again. Yu Hengchuan greeted me with a calm expression. I bowed deeply, cupping my hands. I noticed his eyes lingering on me. He could tell immediately that my lifeblood bone had evolved. Since our last meeting, the blood energy radiating from my body had grown dozens of times stronger. I wasn't just stronger than other warriors of my rank. I could likely hold my own against giant demons. The notes you left provided me with many ideas, Elder, I said. I found a shortcut to complete the evolution. It wasn't just flattery. Yu Hengchuan's insights had saved me from wasting countless materials and years of trial and error, even with my synthesis system. May I see it? He asked. I gave a silent command. The spirit-gathering bone crawled out from beneath my sleeve. It was the size of a palm now, deep crimson with razor-sharp mandibles. Yu Hengchuan's calm facade shattered instantly. His eyes widened, and he lost all his composure. This isn't just a blood bone. This is a spirit-gathering bone. He gasped, his voice trembling. You actually bred a spirit-gathering bone. I was impressed. As an elder of the 9th Palace, his knowledge was vast. He recognized it immediately. You truly are a genius of the Gu Dao, he praised, his excitement barely contained. The spirit-gathering bone has been extinct for 1,000 years. To think you brought it back, you've done something incredible. You overpraise me, Elder, I replied with a modest smile. I owe this success to your guidance. Yu Hengchuan took a deep breath, trying to regain his dignity. When I left last time, I made a promise. If you could evolve your life-bond bone, I would take you as my personal disciple. I am here for that reason. Lin Yuan, are you willing to take me as your master? I didn't answer immediately. I needed to think. Yu Hengchuan didn't get angry. He knew a talent like me had the right to be picky. Elder, I have a question, I said. Does the inner sect of the 9th Palace have a remnant bone pavilion? He shook his head. No. In the inner sect, remnant bones barely exist. If a Gu master has them, they handle them personally. High-level remnants are too valuable to just let circulate. I felt a pang of disappointment. If the inner sect had a pavilion like this one, I would have moved in a heartbeat. Without one, the risk was too high. The ninth palace was crawling with experts. If someone discovered I had multiple life-bond bones, I'd be dead before I could blink. The 12 buildings of the outer sect were much safer for someone with my secrets. You really like staying in the remnant bone pavilion? Yu Hingchuan asked, sounding puzzled. I enjoy the company of Gu, I replied solemnly. He laughed. If you love Gu, you can go to the bone gardens in the ninth palace. I shook my head internally. The gardens were strictly regulated. If I started synthesizing things like a madman there, I'd get caught. The remnant bone pavilion gave me freedom. To me, nurturing remnants is a greater challenge, I said, my voice serious. By studying their flaws, I can discover the true essence of the Gu Dao. Yu Hengchuan's admiration for me grew. Such ambition. Very well. If you become my disciple, you can stay here. You'll keep all the privileges of a personal disciple while remaining in your pavilion. I rose from nothing just like you, Lin Yuan. I see myself in you. But you have more potential than I ever did. I don't want you to waste time on the long road to the peak. I could feel his sincerity. He was offering me everything I needed, protection and resources, without taking away my freedom. I knew I needed a powerful backer. Joining him was the smartest move. I poured a cup of tea and offered it to him with both hands. Master, please have some tea. Yu Hengchuan let out a thunderous laugh, his tension finally vanishing. Good. My legacy finally has an heir. Master, you are in your prime, I said with a smile. You can still reach the summit yourself. He shook his head sadly. I took too many detours. I can no longer see the view from the top. That's why I was so desperate to find you. I didn't want you to get distracted by the flowers halfway up the mountain and forget the path. The road of a Gu master is only just beginning for you. I understand, I said. Then I leaned in. Master, what are the actual benefits of being a personal disciple? He held up 3 fingers. First, your monthly resources will be vastly superior to anything in the outer sect. Second, you get a one-time chance to enter the immortal Gu realm to pick a treasure. Third, you gain access to high-level cultivation methods and the secret of refining a Gu house. My eyes lit up. Master, what exactly is a Gu house? I had searched for this answer in books for a long time, but found nothing. A Gu house is a secret technique for high-level Gu masters, he explained. Think of it as a fortress made of living Gu. It is a nest, a weapon, and the ultimate destination for most masters. Without an exotic Gu as a life bond, a master will eventually be outclassed by powerful warriors with their endless techniques and divine weapons. A Gu house levels the playing field. He explained that by using my spirit-gathering bone as a core, I could command an army of thousands of subordinate Gu. Unlike my current situation where my subordinates gave me no feedback, a Gu house would allow every single bug to feed energy back into my body. It would turn me into a one-man army with the strength of a god. It was the difference between a frog in a well and the moon in the sky. My heart raced. This was exactly what I was missing. Master, I asked, what are the requirements to refine one? Usually, you need to be an 8-turn Gu master, he said. Only a few geniuses at 7-turn have ever managed it. You must meet 3 conditions. First, your mental strength must reach the Jade realm. Second, Master Yu Hengchuan continued, your life bond Gu cannot be a basic bug. It must have multiple subordinate species. For example, the giant spirit Gu has the giant Gu and the blood chi Gu as its underlings. Third, your Jade Bone Heart technique must reach the level of heart resonance. He laid out these harsh conditions with a serious look. Usually, only an 8-turn Gu master could meet all 3. Master, I asked, what exactly is heart resonance? I realized how little I actually knew. If I hadn't joined the 9th Palace Intersect, I would have struggled for years trying to figure this out on my own. You really are something, Yu Hengchuan said, sighing with admiration. To reach this level with nothing but your own talent and hard work is incredible. You are like a piece of unpolished jade, destined to shock the world. I was just lucky, Master, I said, feeling a bit embarrassed by the praise. Don't be modest, he laughed. The Hall Master told me everything. Since the day you joined, you haven't left this bone pavilion once. The only time you stepped out was to return the token of that old senior who passed away. I know how much blood and sweat you've poured into this. He hadn't chosen me as a disciple on a whim. He had investigated my past. He knew I had fled here as a refugee, carrying my grandfather's corpse on my back. He saw my focus, my discipline, and my character. To him, my heart was more important than my talent. I'm ashamed I haven't done more, I muttered. Enough of that, he said, waving a hand. Young people should have energy. Don't act like an old man. He handed me 2 golden-edged ancient books and a stack of thick notebooks. One was the high-level Jade Bone Heart Manual, and the other was the secret method for refining goo houses. The notebooks were his personal insights. Thank you, Master, I said, bowing deeply. These were the keys to a new world. Having a teacher felt pretty good. I have 2 other disciples, he added. Pei Luoqing is the second. You also have a senior sister, but she's away. You'll meet her eventually. Because of the chaos in the southern border, I have to leave soon. If you have questions, ask your senior brother Pei. Master, I asked before he left, did you find the ones who slaughtered the 12 caves? Almost, he said coldly. Once it's confirmed, the elders will wipe out their entire clan to appease our fallen brothers. The 9th palace has stayed in these mountains for too long. People have forgotten who rules the southern border. It's time to remind them. We walked to the edge of the bamboo forest. Take care, Master, I said, waving. Yu Hengchuan smiled helplessly. You really won't step 1 foot out of this forest, will you? You won't even walk me to the gate. I'm just too eager to read your notes, Master, I joked. At least you're better with words than your senior sister, he laughed. He took a single step, and his body flickered, vanishing instantly. I ran back to the bone pavilion and opened the books. I was starving for progress. Wu Mei and Xiao Kai sensed my excitement and crawled out of the black jar, rubbing against my shoulders. Wu Mei was clingy, while Xiao Kai seemed jealous, constantly trying to push her away. I shook my head and started reading the high-level Jade Bone Heart Manual. It listed 5 realms of control: using meat to lure, using will to wake, using thought to control, and then the 4th, heart resonance. The final realm was no self, no goo. Heart resonance meant feeling the goo's emotions, their joy, anger, and sorrow. You had to treat the bug as your closest partner, your very life. No words were needed. You just knew each other's intent. I looked at Xiao Kai and Wu Mei. Both were radiating pure happiness toward me. Maybe heart resonance isn't that hard, I whispered. Because Xiao Kai and Wu Mei were so spiritual, I could feel their feedback clearly. My other goo were different. The giant spirit goo was simple. During battle, it just broadcasted one thought: fight. Be a man. Fight. The echo goo only reacted when I was hurt, silently sending life force to heal me. The illusionary robe goo was the worst. It felt like a lazy employee who hated his job but did the bare minimum to avoid getting fired. If I wanted to build a goo house, I had to use Xiao Kai and Wu Mei as the core. As for the no-self realm, the book said even 9-turn masters rarely reached it, so I put that thought aside. The second requirement was Jade Realm mental strength. Without it, you couldn't handle the massive feedback of a goo house or control thousands of bugs at once. For me, this shouldn't be a problem. I practiced every day. I followed the manual's meditation method and entered my mental world. It felt like a floating garden in the sky, peaceful and free. In my mind, I saw a vast ocean that was constantly expanding. At the edge of the sea were endless mountains and rivers. The manual said that when the sea swallowed the mountains, you reached the Jade Realm. I wasn't there yet, but I was close. I checked my status. I was a 5-turn goo master, level 73. My mental strength was mid-stage Sea Realm. To reach the 6-turn realm, I would need about 4 more years of grinding. It was a long time, but I was used to the solitude. Half a month later, Li Ruoqian returned to the bamboo forest. The princess's 2-month training is over, he told me. The prince ordered me to bring her back. It's time for her to prepare for the 9th palace intersect. Xiao Qing'er and I lived in 2 completely different worlds. Her departure was expected. I liked the little princess. She truly loved the path of goo. She put in the sweat and the passion, which was more than I could say for most. Brotherly Yuan, when we meet again, I'll be a real goo master, she chirped. She loved life in the bamboo forest and felt a bit reluctant to leave, but her excitement for the 9th palace intersect was clear. She wanted to use a secret method to break her age limit and start her journey early. Goodbye, princess. I know you'll be an excellent goo master, I encouraged her. My goal is to be as strong as you, she said, her eyes shining. Ever since she saw me fight off the demons that night, her admiration for me had hit an all-time high. I laughed. You should aim to be even stronger than me. Okay, I'll surpass you, brotherly Yuan. She clenched her tiny pink fists, making a silent vow. Li Ruotian watched this with a blank expression. To her, this was just the innocent talk of a child. In this world, a first meeting was often a final farewell. People drifted apart, and paths rarely crossed twice. Miss Li, I have a request, I called out as they turned to leave. Li Ruotian arched an eyebrow. What is it? I wanted to ask about the demon corpses. What does the Zhonglan army do with the ones they kill in battle? If they have value, we keep them for medicine or food, she replied. Could you sell the useless ones to me? I asked. To others, they were trash. To me, they were treasures. If I could get a steady supply from the Zhonglan prince's mansion, I would have an endless source of materials. I suppose so, she nodded. But what would you use to trade? Goo. It was the only thing I had of value. Li Ruotian shook her head immediately. Most of our soldiers are martial artists. We have very few goo masters. Your bugs are useless to us. These are different, I said with a smile. I opened my palm, revealing a tiny, crimson-red insect. This is a blood chi goo. It replenishes a person's life force. For a martial artist, blood chi is everything, right? She looked closer, a hint of interest in her eyes. Can someone who isn't a goo master use it? Once I've refined them, yes. Even an ordinary civilian could use one. How many do you want? If the prince can provide a steady stream of corpses, I can provide an endless supply of these. I spoke with absolute confidence. Li Ruotian's expression turned serious. This wasn't just a small trade anymore. I can't decide this on my own, she said. I'll have to ask the prince. I appreciate it. I handed her a jade bottle. Here are a few refined blood chi goo. Let the prince test them. He'll see their worth on the battlefield. She took the bottle. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Half a day later, they arrived back at the military camp. Xiao Qing'er ran to her father, dancing with joy. Father, I passed the test. You have to send me to the 9th palace now. Prince Xiao Yuan looked at his innocent daughter, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. He sighed deeply. Why are you sighing? She pouted. Are you trying to back out? No, he said, shaking his head. I just hate to see you go so far away. Don't worry, father. When I become the strongest goo master, I'll come back and help you conquer the world and kill all the demons. Xiao Yuan smiled sadly. I believe you. He reached for a gourd and handed it to her solemnly. Qing'er, this belonged to your mother. Keep it with you. But remember, you must not open it until you reach the 9th palace. The gourd was a mystery. After his wife died in battle, she had left instructions in a blood-stained letter. She told him to burn her body, put the ashes in the gourd, and bury it in hot sand. If their children ever stepped onto the path of a goo master, he was to give it to them. As a former saintess of the 9th palace, she must have left something vital for her daughter's future. The next day, after a farewell banquet, the prince personally escorted his daughter toward the mountains. It was a parting that felt like an eternity. When he returned to camp, Li Ruotian stepped forward. My lord, I have something to report. Xiao Yuan looked distracted, still feeling the guilt of sending his daughter away as a political hostage, even if the 9th palace would treat her well. Speak. Li Yuan from the 12th building wants to cooperate. He wants us to provide him with demon corpses. Xiao Yuan frowned. The little caretaker? Isn't his appetite a bit too large for his station? Without a word, Li Ruotian handed him the jade bottle. These are his blood chi goo. They replenish a soldier's energy instantly. He says if we provide the corpses, he can give us these in massive quantities. He has that kind of ability? Xiao Yuan was skeptical. Li Yuan is no ordinary caretaker, Li Ruotian explained. He's 20 years old and already a 5-turn goo master. Elder Yu Hengchuan just took him as a disciple and praised his talent. He has abnormal mental strength, controls massive swarms of bugs, and even raised a true goo that hasn't been seen in 1,000 years. Recently, 2 high-tier demons and a 5th-rank martial artist attacked his home. The demons ended up dead, and Li Yuan didn't even have a scratch on his clothes. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up. He couldn't ignore a man like that. A genius disciple with a powerful master like Yu Hengchuan was someone worth knowing. Fine. Start a trial run. Give him some corpses. If it actually benefits the army, we'll deepen the partnership. Understood, Li Ruoqian bowed. One more thing, Xiao Yuan added, his voice dropping. I found a lead regarding the direct bloodline of the great Yin royal family. Li Ruoqian gasped. Is there really a royal survivor? I thought that was just a rumor started by the Yi family to keep the peace. Truth and lies. Who can tell? Xiao Yuan sighed. But if it's true, it involves the 5 gods' treasure. That would change everything. The rumors didn't specify which prince or princess had survived. I heard whispers that it was the young prince born to consort in, the one known as the Xiao Siming of the northern ice plains. Xiao Yuan frowned at the news. During the bloody rebellion that wiped out the great Yin royal family, the Yi family's forces had arrived too late. They managed to rescue the young prince, but they were immediately ambushed by demons during the escape. The guards were slaughtered, and the child was hidden away. Since then, he had vanished into the common folk, leaving no trace behind. 2 months passed quickly at the Bone Tower in the deep mountains. I lay on my rocking chair, soaking in the sunlight. It was a rare moment of peace. On my shoulders, Xiao Kai and Wu Mei snuggled against me, acting almost human. I called this process nurturing the bond. I was building a connection with my life bones to prepare for constructing a bone house later. I remembered a movie from my old life where a gambler slept with his mahjong tiles to build a bond. Xiao Kai and Wu Mei were far more sentient than tiles, so this felt perfectly logical. Even when I slept, they each claimed a side of my pillow. Suddenly, my brow furrowed. I felt a presence. Senior Brother Pei is coming. Hide quickly, I whispered. Xiao Kai and Wu Mei instantly dove into my black jar, masking their auras. I felt a bit ridiculous, like I was doing something shady. But my strength wasn't high enough yet to openly flaunt my bond with these bones. Pei Luoqing appeared in the bamboo grove moments later. Junior brother, it's been a few days. Senior brother, I greeted him. You look like you have news. I do. We found the traitors who conspired with the demons to attack the towers. I stood up, curious. Who was it? The 3 largest martial arts sects in Nanjiang, Pei Luoqing said, his voice cold. Snowwind Sword Manor, Heavenly Blade Cliff, and the Star Moon Palace. I was surprised. Why would they work with demons? On the surface, they are the strongest in Nanjiang, but they've always been suppressed by the 9 palaces. Perhaps they thought they could shake our position. Or maybe the demons offered them something so tempting they were willing to risk their entire lineage. But they forgot one thing. The 9 palaces always pays its debts. From the moment the truth came out, this became a fight to the death. I understood then. The 9 palaces was going to war. The order has been given, Pei Luoqing continued. We will intercept every member of those 3 sections. We will destroy their businesses and burn their lands until not even a worm remains. When we strike, we wipe out entire bloodlines. I sighed. You really shouldn't provoke people like this. I knew I couldn't stay out of it. What are my instructions? Pei Luoqing turned serious. According to ancestral law, when our disciples are slaughtered by outsiders, everyone must participate in the revenge. From the princesses down to the lowest disciples, no one is exempt. We are using a drawing system. If you draw a death lot, you go to war. If you return victorious, your merits are doubled. If you die, your name is entered into a special section of the clan registry, and your descendants will be protected by the 9 palaces forever. I wasn't from this world, but I knew how much the 9 palaces valued bloodline and clan honor. For these people, being recorded in the registry was an irresistible temptation. It was why they had survived for thousands of years. I didn't feel that same pull, but I knew how terrifying a group with that much conviction could be. Pei Luoqing smiled faintly. We are both outsiders. If not enough clan members volunteer, we have to draw lots too. I nodded. I wasn't cold-blooded. The 12 towers had taken me in, and I felt a connection to this land. If it was time to fight, I wouldn't hesitate. The drawing is tomorrow at the Hall of Affairs, Pei Luoqing reminded me. Bring Wang Zhaozhao with you. The next morning, Zhaozhao and I woke up early. This was only the 2nd time I had left the bamboo grove. The first was for old Wang. This time, it was for my fallen sect brothers. When we reached the Hall of Affairs, the mountainside was packed. I stood quietly in line. Not many people recognized me, except for a few disciples who delivered bones to my tower. Pei Luoqing stood at the front, a white funeral cloth wrapped around his arm. "Brothers and sisters of the 12 Towers," he shouted. "We are here to honor the dead. There are 2 lots today. The life lot means you stay to guard the sect. The death lot means you leave to fight and bring back the souls of our fallen." The drawing began. The combat hall went first. Their leader stepped up to the wooden box and pulled a slip of paper. "Chi Huan, death lot," Pei Luoqing announced. Chi Huan laughed, seemingly unbothered. "Can't hide from it." The drawing continued for half an hour. Out of 300 combat disciples, 100 drew death lots. As they moved to the back, someone called my name. "Lin Yuan." Long time no see. I turned and saw Qi Ling. He was the one who had guided me through the Bone Master test when I first arrived. Back then, he seemed mysterious and powerful. Now, he felt ordinary to me. "I drew a death lot," Qi Ling said casually. "How about you?" "I'm fine with whatever," I replied. "Still working at the Bone Tower?" he asked. I nodded. He smiled. "You really can handle the loneliness. Your blood chi seems strong, though you haven't changed your life bone. You must be at the 3rd turn now, right?" "Blood chi bones are good enough for me," I joked. It felt strange seeing how much things had changed. After a while, the combat hall moved out. I wished Qi Ling luck. The ceremony dragged on, maintaining a ratio of about 70% life lots to 30% death lots. Next, Bone Tower. Finally, it was my turn. Compared to the other halls, our group of just me and Zhao Zhao looked pathetic. I reached into the box and pulled a slip. Zhao Zhao was behind me, looking more nervous than I was. "Lin Yuan, life lot," Pei Luoqing read. The hall manager marked a check next to my name. Then Zhao Zhao stepped up. His small hand trembled as he reached into the box. He handed the paper to Pei Luoqing. "Wang Zhao Zhao, death lot." "Death lot," Zhao Zhao whispered. He wasn't afraid of dying. He was upset because a death lot meant he would be separated from me for a long time. Since he had entered these mountains, he had never spent a single night away from my side. The time for departure arrived far too quickly. Zhao Zhao stood there, her eyes welling up with a reluctance that was painful to watch. I reached out and gently patted her back, trying to offer whatever comfort I could. I told her that the tasks for the outer 72 halls weren't complicated. Their targets were just the local industries and affiliated forces of the 3 major sects. With her strength, she would be fine. She wiped her eyes and nodded, promising she would come back as soon as possible. Then, she looked at me with a worried expression. She told me that if I couldn't get used to doing my own laundry or cooking, I should find a clever girl to help me around the bamboo grove. She had stayed by my side for so long that she knew my situation better than anyone. She had seen the senior and junior sisters who came to deliver bones, all of them casting lingering glances my way. I had always been too immersed in my cultivation to notice, but she hadn't. She was terrified that while she was gone, someone else would take her place, accompanying me through the changing seasons. I caught the jealousy in her voice immediately. It was almost overflowing. I had to smile. Here she was, practically begging me to hire someone else, yet her heart was clearly breaking at the thought of it. I told her I was a man who valued old things. I told her that food made by others wouldn't suit my palate, and that having a stranger around would just make me uncomfortable. I told her to just come back early. Her face lit up instantly. I rarely said such warm things, and it clearly meant the world to her. But I wasn't done. I knew her strength was decent, but her actual combat experience was severely lacking. She was the type who could easily get caught off guard in a real fight. I told her I had a gift for her tonight. Her imagination started running wild, but I kept it a secret. What else could I give her? It had to be goo insects. After the drawing ceremony ended at dusk, I returned to the bamboo grove and immediately dove into the bone tower. I spent hours refining specific goo insects just for her. While I worked, Zhao Zhao was in her room. She sat before a mirror, removing the black silk ribbon from her eyes. She carefully pulled a wooden box from her cabinet. It wasn't full of treasures, just the rouge and powder that any young woman might own. She wanted to look her best when she received my gift. Hours later, I stepped out of the tower. The moon-gathering insects had clustered together, soaking up the moonlight and casting a soft, bright glow over the clearing like a massive lamp. Under that light, a table was set with fine wine and a feast of good food. Zhao Zhao stood there, waiting. She looked like a shy flower about to bloom. I froze for a second. The moon, the beautiful girl, the atmosphere. Had she misunderstood my intentions? I asked her when she had bought those clothes. I had never seen them before. For years, we had both worn the plain, drab uniforms of the 12 halls. I never paid much attention to appearances, but looking at her now, I realized how much she had changed. She wasn't the scrawny little girl who had climbed the mountain 4 years ago. Her features had sharpened, her skin was fair, and her figure had filled out. She had become a beauty. The only flaw was her eyes, which she only opened during a bloodbath, making her look less lively than she truly was. She sensed my gaze and grew even shyer. She whispered that she had owned the dress for a long time, but never had the chance to wear it. I told her she looked beautiful. She looked up, surprised and happy, asking if I liked it. I laughed and said that no one could dislike such a beautiful sister. Then, I pulled 3 jade bottles from my robes and placed them in her hands. These were the real gifts, 3 types of goo insects I had refined specifically for her. They were bonded to her breath alone. The first bottle held 3 rejuvenation goo. Each one could heal wounds and purge toxins. The second bottle contained 3 shadowless, sword-like goo. If timed correctly, they could kill any martial artist below the 6th turn in a single strike. The third bottle held winged goo and golden winged goo to help her escape if things turned south. As the bottles touched her palms, her romantic expectations faded, replaced by a deep, aching warmth. Her nose twitched, and tears began to stream down her face. She suddenly lunged forward, burying her face in my chest. She sobbed out her thanks. The gift wasn't what she had imagined, but it proved how much I cared for her safety. That was more than enough. I teased her, reminding her how I had arrived on this mountain with nothing. Her grandfather, Old Wang, hadn't hesitated to give me his life savings just to bury my own grandfather. I told her I hadn't been polite back then, I had just taken it. I told her she needed to be tougher and thicker-skinned out there because honest people get bullied. She nodded firmly, promising to remember everything I said. I sat her down at the table, telling her not to let the food go to waste. After tonight, it would be months before I tasted her cooking again. The next morning, Zhao Zhao went to the back of the mountain. She bowed 3 times at Old Wang's grave, then said a tearful goodbye to me. She set off on the road leading out of the 9 Palaces mountains. She had come here to escape the war, and now the war was forcing her away. It made me realize that there is no permanent sanctuary in this world. The only constant truth is the need to increase one's own strength. Half a month passed. The hall master of the 100 Affairs Hall, Qi Xian, ran up the mountain to hand me a list. It was a casualty report of the disciples from the 12 halls. My heart sank as I took it. The past 2 weeks had been lonely without someone to eat with or talk to. I opened the scroll and scanned the names, my breath hitching. Finally, I exhaled. Zhao Zhao's name wasn't on it. But I saw another name I recognized, Qi Ling. The man who had guided me into the sect was dead, killed during a mission against Snow Wind Sword Manor. I wasn't exactly grieving, but I felt a heavy sense of irony. Another half-month went by. A second death list arrived. Still no Zhao Zhao. I felt a wave of relief. The tools I had given her were more than enough to handle any outer disciple-level mission. That same day, a guest arrived at the bamboo grove. A massive delivery of demon corpses, over 100 of them, was hauled up the path. Li Ruoqian led the group herself. She told me the blood chi goo I had cultivated were very effective, and the prince had agreed to a partnership. She offered 120 demon corpses in exchange for 600 blood chi goo. I agreed immediately. It was a steal for me. I used 1 demon corpse and a few common bloodworms to produce a massive batch of goo. Everything else was pure profit. Aside from the time it took to refine them, it cost me nothing. Li Ruoqian looked surprised that I didn't even try to haggle. She remarked that cultivating goo of that quality couldn't be easy. I realized then that the Blue Orchid Mansion thought they were the ones getting a great deal. I should have pushed for more. I played it cool, telling her that the Blue Orchid Army fought demons to protect the southern border, so I was happy to contribute. Li Ruoqian rarely smiled, but she did then, showing faint dimples that softened her sharp, heroic features. She told me that from now on, the Army's logistics team would handle the deliveries. I picked these out specifically for you, Li Ruotian said, gesturing to the heavy carts. The quality is high, and the corpses are mostly intact. I cupped my fists in a respectful salute. Thank you, Miss Li. No need for thanks, she replied coolly. This is business. You've treated us with sincerity, so the Blue Orchid Mansion won't mistreat you in return. I felt a little embarrassed by her directness. I was just trying to make a profit, but she saw it as a grand gesture of loyalty. Get yourself ready, she continued, her voice dropping an octave. Conflicts are intensifying. The war is escalating fast. We'll be sending many more demon corpses your way soon, and I hope you can provide us with a steady, uninterrupted supply of blood chi goo. I was stunned. The war is escalating again. Why? What happened? Li Ruotian's expression turned solemn. Because of one person. Who? I asked. My curiosity was piqued. The world was currently a mess of warring princes, demon lords, and martial arts masters, but no one had been able to claim true dominance. Who could possibly have enough influence to shift the entire tide of war just by existing? The last surviving direct bloodline of the great Yin imperial family, she said gravely. His blood is the key to unlocking the martial god's treasure. He is the stabilizing force that could settle the chaos of the world. Everyone wants him. My heart skipped a beat. A direct descendant of the great Yin royalty? Still alive? She lowered her voice further. This person is the young prince born to imperial concubine and 20 years ago, right before the royal disaster. I stood there, frozen. Wait. If he's the son of concubine, then who the hell am I? I never expected to stumble upon a secret involving my own identity while just trying to trade some bugs. According to Li Ruotian, there was a young prince out there, but I knew my own history. 20 years ago, my mother, concubine, had sent me out of the palace to escape a massacre. To save me, my grandfather, the imperial physician, had performed a forbidden procedure. He stripped me of my royal bone and bloodline, swapping them with his own biological grandson. That boy had stayed behind to die in my place. In the eyes of the world, that boy was the prince. I was the only one who knew the truth. Or so I thought. Had the physician's grandson actually survived? I looked at Li Ruotian, keeping my face a mask of calm. Miss Li, I heard the great Yin direct line was wiped out. If a prince suddenly appears now, couldn't he be a fake? It's almost certainly real, she countered. The power players in this world aren't fools. They wouldn't spill this much blood over a pretender. Rumor has it that during the disaster, the Night Owl guards arrived late, but managed to rescue the prince at the last second. They were hunted by demons and killed, and the prince was hidden away, lost to time. The demon lords spent years claiming the bloodline was extinct, but recently, the king of Night Owls killed a demon lord and searched his memories. That's how we found out the prince might still be alive. I took a deep breath. So, the physician's grandson really might be out there. I remembered the jade pendant my grandfather gave me on his deathbed. His raspy voice still echoed in my mind. You honor. Remember, you are not my grandson. You are the prince of Great Yin. Your mother was the saintess of the northern tundra. You must survive. This pendant contains a drop of the ancestral emperor's blood. Use it to regrow your martial god bone. You must kill the demons and restore the dynasty. Since joining the 12 Caves, I had been so buried in the path of goo cultivation that I hadn't even thought about the pendant. I wondered, if I had swapped blood back then, was my current blood even useful? And could the physician's grandson, who was forced to carry my royal blood, actually open the martial god's treasure? The situation had turned into a tangled web. My grandfather saved my life. His grandson was essentially my savior. I couldn't just sit back and watch. Time is short, Li Ruotian said, snapping me out of my thoughts. We're leaving. I hope the next time we meet, you'll have the 600 blood chi goo ready. Safe travels, Miss Li. I watched her silhouette disappear down the mountain path, then turned to the pile of demon corpses. I took a long, slow breath. I couldn't change anything yet. If I tried to interfere now, the princes and demon lords would crush me like an ant. I had to stay calm. I held the only real trump card, but I needed time to grow. I started sorting the hall. Most were low level, but there were 6 grade 4 demons and 2 grade 5s. The prize of the lot was a grade 6 demon carcass, though its heart had been carved out. I whistled, and my ant army began moving the bodies into piles. Xiao Kai and Wu Mei scurried out, their eyes gleaming. "You two want a snack?" I asked. Both the python and the spider bone had massive potential, but they needed high-quality materials to evolve. I didn't hold back. "Help yourselves. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet." They didn't hesitate. They leaped onto the corpses. Xiao Kai went straight for the gallbladders, while Wu Mei used her silk to delicately extract the brains. "Go eat over there," I told them. "I need to start refining." Xiao Kai shook her head. She dragged a large gallbladder to a clearing and suddenly spat out a gout of crimson flame. The organ sizzled and boiled until the outer skin vanished, leaving behind a golden, thumb-sized stone. I stared at it. A gallbladder stone? No, it felt too powerful for that. It reminded me of something from the old legends back home, a golden core. Demons apparently had their own way of condensing energy. I tried to channel my energy into it, but nothing happened. It wasn't a tool for me. Then I looked over at Wu Mei. She was doing something even stranger. She had taken the brain she extracted and was putting it back into a demon's skull. Her 8 spider legs moved with the precision of a master surgeon, stitching the gray matter back together with glowing silk. She even began weaving a synthetic heart out of thread to replace the missing one. I watched, mesmerized. I had forgotten. The Silkweb Queen Bone wasn't just a fighter. She was a creator. Because she was always so clingy, I had overlooked her true potential. She wasn't just eating, she was rebuilding. I had almost forgotten the true nature of the Silkweb Queen Bone. Her silk wasn't just a binding tool. It could mimic the properties of life itself. A loud thud echoed through the grove. The mangled demon Wu Mei had been stitching together actually stood up. It was a black bear demon, over 20 feet tall, looming over me like a small mountain. Its eyes glowed like burning copper furnaces, full of a strange, artificial spirit. At first glance, it didn't look like a corpse at all. Under my watchful gaze, the black bear slowly sank to its knees. It prostrated itself, pressing its forehead to the dirt. A low, thunderous voice vibrated from its chest cavity. "Black bear greets the master." I stood there stunned. Was this even possible? A whole new path of cultivation opened up in my mind. The true essence of the Silkweb Queen Bone was finally revealing itself. Xiao Kai hissed loudly, flicking her tongue. She looked agitated, clearly feeling like she had been outshone. Wu Mei didn't help matters. She scurried back onto my shoulder and used her silk to weave a small emoji in the air, a face sticking its tongue out at the python. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Where did she even learn that? "Stop it, both of you," I said firmly. Luckily, their minds were simple. A little jealousy wouldn't ruin the big picture, but it was giving me a headache. "Wu Mei, how many of these demon puppets can you control? What's your range?" Wu Mei looked visibly weaker after exhausting so much silk to repair the bear. I could tell there were limits. She chirped and gestured, and I slowly began to understand. She could control 2 demon corpses that were 1 rank higher than herself. If they were at her own rank, she could handle 10. For lower-level trash, she could command hundreds, maybe thousands. My heart raced. With Wu Mei, I wasn't just a bone master. I was a one-man army. She could be my sweet companion one moment, and the queen of a demonic legion the next. Xiao Kai hissed again, still indignant. "Quiet, Xiao Kai," I soothed, patting her scales. "You and Wu Mei both have your uses. You are both my closest life bones." As I spoke, Wu Mei flicked out another strand of silk. She grabbed the golden stone Xiao Kai had refined from the gallbladder and pressed it into the black bear's forehead. The demon's aura instantly surged, growing heavier and more terrifying. I grinned. "See, Xiao Kai? That's where you come in. If you two work together, we can build the strongest demon army in existence." I laid out the plan. Xiao Kai, with her sharp nose for treasure, would handle the refining and extraction of core materials from the corpses. Wu Mei would focus on repairing the strongest bodies and turning them into puppets. And I would continue my own bone refinement. Another month passed in a flash. The Hall of Affairs sent over 2 more death rosters, and I scanned them with bated breath. Wang Zhaozhao's name wasn't on them. Still, the war was dragging on longer than I expected. The news from the outside world grew grimmer. The Nine Palaces sect officially announced an alliance with King Tsonglan. This meant the sect was no longer hiding from the world. We were stepping directly into the light to face the demons. The time I had to grow in secret was shrinking. Soon after, the Snowwind Sword Manor, the leader of the three great southern factions, was breached. From the sect leader, a legendary sword saint, down to the elderly, the sick, and even the livestock, everyone was slaughtered. Not a single soul was left alive. Their assets were seized and liquidated. The leaders of this brutal purge were the princesses of the third and sixth palaces. The next day, Starmoon Palace abandoned its mountain gates and fled to join forces with Heavenly Blade Cliff. Shortly after that, the first princess of our sect personally decapitated a demon lord. This sent shockwaves through the continent. The Nine Palaces had officially returned to the world stage. The constant stream of news made me feel small. In these chaotic times, even the masters of great sects were falling like flies. What was I compared to them? A sword saint was an 8th-rank powerhouse. A demon lord was an 8th-rank monster. To see such beings perish so easily was chilling. It made me realize why everyone was obsessed with the martial god's treasure. If someone could reach the 9th rank, the body of the 5 emperors, they would be truly invincible. I wondered if the first princess had already reached that level. Between the ancient paths, the martial paths, and the demons, there were peaks I couldn't even see yet. Standing at the foot of my mountain, I realized I was truly just at the beginning. 3 months later, I received word that the siege on the southern factions was winding down. The missions for the 72 outer towers were ending. The inner sect was preparing for the final assault. That meant Zhao Zhao was finally coming home. During her absence, I had built my own secret legion. I had 2 6th-rank demon commanders, 10 5th-rank elites, and 300 4th-rank soldiers. It was a luxury lineup. I tested them in the Grove. They had about 70% of their original combat power. They weren't very flexible and relied on instinct, but they felt no pain and feared no death. The only problem was space. My small bamboo grove was getting crowded with demon corpses. I considered asking Senior Brother Pei to expand my territory, but I decided to wait until the disciples returned. It would look bad if I asked for favors while everyone else was mourning their dead. 3 days later, the Hall of Affairs confirmed that the disciples would return tomorrow. All tower managers were required to go down the mountain to welcome them, and to bring back the bodies of those who didn't make it. Junior brother, I've been the tower lord for a long time, but I've hardly seen you leave this grove, Pei Luoqing teased as we walked down the mountain path. You really can endure the loneliness. I thought you'd go out and find some fun while Zhao Zhao was away, but I underestimated you. Zhao Zhao might be gone, but I still have my pets for company, I replied. I'll admit, it was hard at first. The house felt empty, but I had grown used to it. Pei Luoqing laughed. You sound just like the 7th princess. Why? She's like you, spends all day with her bones, stays completely isolated. Then one day, she did something that shocked the entire sect. What? I asked, curious. She married her life bone. I nearly tripped. What the hell? That's extreme. Pei Luoqing roared with laughter. If you didn't have Zhao Zhao around, I'd be worried you'd do the same thing eventually. What kind of life bone does she have? I asked. If it was a humanoid bone, I could almost understand the logic. Pei Luoqing leaned in and whispered, her life bone is a snake. I blinked. A snake? Is her last name Su? Or maybe Xiao? Pei Luoqing froze, looking at me in surprise. Did you see that in our master's notes? The 7th princess's surname is indeed Su. I hadn't seen it in any notes. The story of a certain Mr. Su and a snake was just a legend from my old world. Senior brother, I asked thoughtfully, is it possible for a life bone to evolve to a point where it can take human form? Pei Luoqing squinted at me, his gaze lingering with a deep, meaningful look. Junior brother, your thoughts are getting dangerous. Don't overthink it, senior brother, I replied, feeling a bit choked up by his implication. I'm just curious about the 7th princess's story. Theoretically, it is possible, Pei Luoqing laughed softly. Maybe when a second ancient immortal appears on the Tianyuan continent, that theory will finally be proven. I had no response to that. It was the kind of useless advice that sounded deep but meant absolutely nothing. As we chatted, we reached the foot of the mountain. I looked out into the distance, but the path was empty. Not a single soul was in sight. It looked like we would be waiting for a while. Pei Luoqing sat down on the grass. By the way, have you heard about the little county princess of Kanglan? No, I said, shaking my head. Wasn't she sent to the inner court of the Ninth Palace to study ancient arts? Did something happen to her? Something big, Pei Luoqing said. The king of Kanglan was only able to secure a partnership with the Nine Palaces dynasty because of her. She played a massive role. I was surprised. Xiao Qing'er was just a girl of about 10. She had talent, sure, but she wasn't even old enough to refine a life bone yet. How could a child influence an entire dynasty? I only found out recently myself. My eldest senior sister told me, Pei Luoqing added. It seemed my senior sister, whom I had never met, was incredibly well-connected. I still hadn't even seen her face. Eldest senior sister told me some secrets from the past, Pei Luoqing continued with a smile. It turns out the previous saintess of the Ninth Palace was actually the consort of Kanglan. I froze. I remembered the king of Kanglan telling me that his wife was a bone master. I had guessed she was important, but I never imagined she was the saintess. In the Nine Palaces, the title of saintess was reserved only for the woman chosen to inherit the position of princess. I heard she was a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, Pei Luoqing said, his voice dropping. But she fell in love with the king of Kanglan at first sight and eloped with him. During her time with him, she saw the suffering of the people in Nanjiang. She vowed to eradicate the demons and save the commoners. She begged the Nine Palaces to intervene, but they refused. In the end, she left the sect because of their conflicting beliefs. Pei Luoqing sighed heavily. Looking back, she was right. If the Nine Palaces had stepped in sooner, the situation in Nanjiang wouldn't have rotted to this point. They only started shouting for war once the fire reached their own doorstep. So what does this have to do with the little county princess? I asked. Because not long ago, the little princess inherited her mother's life bone. It's a bone ranked third on the exotic bone list. The third rank. I searched my memory. The heart-asking bone. I remembered the records. The requirements to refine the heart-asking bone were brutal. It didn't matter what your cultivation level was. The most important thing was that the bone master had to live their life with a completely clear conscience. Perhaps that was why the consort of Kanglan had been so bold. Loving, hating, and fighting without a single regret. Yes, Pei Luoqing said with genuine respect. Perhaps the moment she refined that bone, her fate was sealed. She couldn't let her heart be clouded by anyone or anything. So, I said seriously, the little princess is following in the footsteps of the previous saintess. Exactly. If it weren't for that, the Nine Palaces wouldn't have agreed to work with the king of Kanglan so easily. They would have dragged their feet for a lot longer. I have one more question, I said, frowning. How can the heart-asking bone still exist? Shouldn't it have vanished when the consort died? Pei Luoqing shook his head. I don't know. Its combat power is actually quite average, yet it's ranked third. It must have some unique properties. I nodded. I knew the text by heart. The heart-asking bone wasn't great for direct fighting. Compared to other top-tier bones, it was weak. But it had one terrifyingly powerful ability. It gave the user a perfectly clear mind. The moment it was refined, the user skipped the first 3 stages of the bone-heart technique and went straight to heart resonance. It granted mental strength far beyond normal humans. Because of that clarity, communicating with other bone insects became incredibly easy. Their cultivation would skyrocket, allowing them to command massive swarms of bones. That was why the holder of the heart-asking bone was considered the person with the highest potential to become an ancient immortal. Don't even think about it, junior brother. Pei Luoqing laughed. People like us would just be killed by the backlash if we tried to refine it. That kind of destiny isn't for ordinary people. I just smiled. I had to admit, I didn't have a perfectly clear conscience. But if I ever got the chance, I'd grab that bone in a heartbeat. I wouldn't have to worry about backlash. My system would handle that. We talked for a long time until the sun began to dip below the horizon. The sky turned a deep orange, but the disciples from the 12 towers still hadn't returned. Something's wrong, Pei Luoqing muttered, his brow furrowing. He immediately ordered the mountain scouts to head further out. A short while later, A scout came rushing back, his face pale with terror. Tower Lord. It's bad. The nearby roads have all been blocked. Which force is it? Pei Luoqing demanded. It looks like Prince Yu's army, the scout stammered. Pei Luoqing's eyes turned cold. That old fox finally moved. I knew he wouldn't just sit by while the king of Kanglan and the 9 palaces teamed up. I knew a bit about the politics of Nanjiang. For years, the king of Kanglan and Prince Yu had been fighting for control of the region. It looked like they were finally dropping the act and going for the throat. I bet Prince Yu is the one behind the 3 sects alliance with the demons, Pei Luoqing hissed. What do we do now? I asked. We hold our ground. We wait for reinforcements, Pei Luoqing said firmly. The main forces are all focused on the demons and the 3 sections. Prince Yu's main army can't get in here, but he must have slipped a strike force through the gaps. We can hold them. As the Tower Lord, he took charge immediately. He ordered everyone in the 12 towers to return to their mountains and prepare for a siege. I didn't say a word. I just followed the group back. It looked like my army of demon corpses was finally going to be put to use. Once I got back to my bamboo grove, I went to work. I mobilized every bone insect I had, weaving a lethal web around my home. With my current strength, I could take on a grade 6 martial artist. Grade 7s weren't exactly common, so I hoped there wouldn't be too many of them. Still, I was flying blind. I didn't know how strong this raiding party was. I could only take it as it came. If things got truly desperate, I still had my camouflage gear to help me slip away. Xiao Kai and Wu Mei were unusually serious. Wu Mei commanded the demon corpse army, hiding them underground and in the trees. I used the wind breath bone to mask their scent while I hid in the shadows using my cloak. The deep, heavy toll of the warning bell echoed across the mountains. My heart sank. I thought of Zhao Zhao. If she ran into Prince Yu's men, especially a grade 6 expert, she wouldn't stand a chance. I could only pray for her. I was barely in a position to save myself, let alone go out searching for her. Just then, a feathered bird flew into the grove. It opened its beak and spoke with a human voice. Lin Yuan. The bird carried a message from the Tower Lord. He had decided to abandon the outer estates and mountain gates. If the outer defenses fell, every disciple was to retreat to the main peak for a final stand. I was being ordered to report there immediately for guard duty. I realized then that the situation was far worse than we thought. Senior brother Pei must have felt immense pressure from Prince Yu's strike force to abandon the sect's assets so easily. But I wasn't going anywhere. Tell the Tower Lord I'm staying, I said to the bird. I have to hold the bone residue tower. This is my base. I knew the truth. If I couldn't hold this grove, the main peak would likely fall anyway. My strength was rooted here. The bird didn't argue. It was just a tool for messages, and it flew off into the mist. Half an hour later, the mountains shook. The outer defense lines were hit. The battle had officially begun. I used my Zhaoyue insects to watch the mountain gate. I sent swarms of killing wind and soul-confusing insects to ambush the invaders from the shadows. But these weren't ordinary thugs. Prince Yu's soldiers were elite veterans. Their martial aura was so thick it literally crushed my insects before they could even get close. They tore through our guards like paper. Through the chaos, I gathered the intel I needed. The leader of this force was at the peak of grade 6, maybe even touching the threshold of a great grandmaster. He had 3 other grade 6 masters with him. This was a surgical strike team designed to bypass armies and decapitate leadership. The roar of battle shifted toward the main peak. I saw Senior Brother Pei's lifebone manifest, a massive, pale, infant-like entity surrounded by white mist. It was a human body yin bone. I wanted to study it, but I didn't have the luxury. A small squad was already breaking off from the main force, heading straight for my bamboo grove. I stayed hidden. If the main peak fell, I'd be hunted like a dog anyway. I had to draw some of the heat away from the senior brother. The hunt begins, I whispered. As the soldiers climbed the path, I triggered my traps. First came the 5 poison suicide bugs. They exploded in clouds of toxic mist, forcing the soldiers to scream and cover their eyes. What the hell? How many bone masters are hidden on this mountain? One shouted. Get Master Baihua over here. They realized too late that they were in a death trap. Without a grade 6 master to lead them, these soldiers were just sheep for the slaughter. I had thousands of insects and an army of demon corpses. I could kill 1,000 men if they didn't have the right protection. That was why I couldn't leave. I couldn't carry this entire arsenal with me. Suddenly, the air changed. 2 grade 6 masters stepped into the grove. The fact that they could spare 2 masters for a side path told me how desperate the fight at the main peak must be. This was it. My first time facing a true martial arts master head-on. At their level, they had master intent. My low-level insects wouldn't be able to touch them. They'd only serve as a distraction. To kill a grade 6, I had to rely on my own life bones. I activated my camouflage cloak, turning into a blur of shifting air. Even a master couldn't see me now. The 2 men reached the clearing and stopped, looking confused. "Where is everyone?" one asked. The path was crawling with bugs, but there isn't a soul up here. They stood back to back. One was a burly man carrying 2 massive iron hammers. They called him Big Hammer. The other, Lao Chin, looked more cautious. These bone masters love their parlor tricks. Big Hammer spat. "Cover me, Lao Chin. I'll blow this mist away with a sonic blast." Lao Chin nodded, but his eyes were darting around. He was terrified. Based on the number of insects they'd encountered, he expected at least 100 bone masters to be lurking here. He couldn't wrap his head around the silence. "Lion's roar," Big Hammer bellowed. He leaped into the air and slammed his hammers into the ground. A shockwave rippled out, shredding leaves and kicking up dust. In that exact moment, a massive shadow dropped from the canopy. A black bear demon corpse swung a paw at Big Hammer's skull. Lao Chin tried to intercept, but a hail of boulders forced him back. An ape demon corpse was perched in the trees, raining stones down with unnatural strength. "Commander Black Bear? Brother Ape?" Big Hammer gasped, recognizing the corpses. The Blue Army was supposed to have killed them. "How are they here?" "They've been turned into corpses," Lao Chin said, his face pale. "Our intel was wrong. There's more than one high-level bone master here. Prepare to die fighting." I watched from the shadows, my heart racing. Their recognition of the corpses confirmed a dark theory. These 2 demons had been part of the internal power struggle. Prince Yu wasn't just invading. He was using the demonic sects as scapegoats to slaughter his rivals while blaming it on others. He didn't care about the chaos he was causing. He just wanted to rule the ruins. Wume felt my anger. She pushed the bear and the ape harder, their movements becoming more vicious. For a moment, they actually suppressed the 2 masters. But I knew it wouldn't last. Once the humans figured out the corpses' patterns, the tide would turn. I had one shot at a sneak attack. I had to take one of them off the board immediately. I locked my eyes on Big Hammer. He was loud and aggressive, which meant his guard was lower than Lao Chin's. I slowed my breathing and crept forward, invisible in the mist. Shao Kai coiled around my shoulder, ready to strike. Wume sensed my move. She commanded the bear corpse to intentionally leave an opening. "Commander, let me release you from this nightmare," Big Hammer yelled. He saw the opening and swung both hammers with everything he had. The blow landed with a sickening thud, right in the bear's chest. He expected blood and bone to fly. Instead, the bear's chest cavity burst open, releasing a massive web of sticky, white bone spider silk that wrapped around his hammers and his arms, pinning him in place. He was stuck, and I was right behind him. The silk exploded from the bear's chest, tangling Big Hammer's weapons instantly. He felt the trap snap shut. I saw the terror in his eyes as a wave of cold realization hit him. He was wide open. From the shadows, 2 spheres of fire, one crimson, one emerald, spun toward him like twin stars. This was my burst point strike. Ding Tai's Han, the man I called Big Hammer, reacted with the survival instinct of a master. He let out a primal roar, releasing visible ripples of sonic energy from his mouth to blow the flames back. It didn't work. The dual-colored flames latched onto his arms like starving leeches. They wouldn't go out. He screamed, a high-pitched wail that echoed through my quiet bamboo grove. I didn't give him a second to breathe. I lunged. My giant spirit bone merged with my arm, my muscles bulging and my hair standing on end from the sheer pressure of my circulating blood. My sleeves shredded into rags as my fist ignited with the glow of my life essence. I didn't hold back. My fist punched straight through Ding Tieshan's chest like a battering ram through wet paper. His massive hammers hit the dirt with a heavy thud. He was dead before he could even gurgle. It happened in a heartbeat. Lao Qin, the other commander, froze. He wanted to help, but Wu Mei's ape corpse was relentless, keeping him pinned down. His face went pale as a sheet. "Now it's your turn," I said, my voice cold. Lao Qin let out a bitter, jagged laugh. He knew he was finished. 2 rank 6 bone masters waiting in ambush. "You people knew Prince Yu was coming, didn't you? You set this trap." I realized he thought there was another master hidden in the trees controlling the corpses. I didn't correct him. "You guessed right," I lied, stepping closer. "But you're still going to die." Giving him that extra psychological weight worked. He grew hesitant, his movements stiff with the fear of a hidden enemy. It only took a dozen more exchanges before the ape corpse crushed his skull under its heel. I finally let out a long, shaky breath. Rank 6 masters were no joke. If I hadn't had the home field advantage and the element of surprise, this would have been a bloodbath for me. Up on the main peak, the battle was still raging. Senior brother Pei Luoqing was controlling a massive, 10-jong-tall, human-shaped bone. It looked like a titan, absorbing the life force of the surrounding forest to fuel its defense. He was holding off a half-step grandmaster from Prince Yu's army. Arding Taizhan and Lao Qin still not back. Zhao Ting, the army's 1,000-unit commander, growled. He was losing his patience. "How long does it take to clear out a few hills?" "Maybe they met a tough opponent," one of his subordinates whispered. Zhao Ting frowned. Even against another rank 6, the 2 of them should have won by now. Is this tiny 12-peak sector hiding an entire army? Just then, a soldier scrambled up, trembling. "Commander, it's bad. Commanders Qin and Ding, they're both dead." Zhao Ting's face twisted. "What? How?" "They went into the bamboo grove to help a scouting party," the soldier stammered. "The battle ended quickly, but they never came out. They were wiped out, sir." Zhao Ting's confidence shattered. He looked at the peaks, suddenly seeing ghosts in every shadow. "There are at least 2 more rank 6 masters hiding here. They're picking us off one by one. We have a traitor. The 9 palaces knew we were coming." "Retreat," he screamed. "Fall back now." Pei Luoqing saw the opening. He let out a booming laugh. "You think you can just leave?" He knew it was me. I could see it in his eyes. "Junior brother," he must have been thinking, "just how deep do your secrets go?" With the enemy panicked, the disciples of the 12 Peaks found their second wind. Under Pei Luoqing's lead, we began the counterattack. His giant bone construct blocked the main mountain road, funneling the retreating army into a narrow path. It was a tactical move to keep them from becoming desperate and fighting to the death. "Go. I'll hold them off," Zhao Ting shouted to his remaining men. He didn't know that I was already waiting at the bottom of the mountain. I stayed merged with the shadows. Prince Yu's 1,000-man unit was down to 1 half-step grandmaster and a single rank 6 master. The rest were fodder. I wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. Soon, a group of about 400 soldiers scrambled down the path. I locked onto the last remaining commander, a man named Lu. He was smart, staying right in the middle of his troops so I couldn't get a clean shot. I signaled Wu Mei. The bear and the ape erupted from the ground like demons. The bear's massive claws swept through the ranks, killing 8 men in a single swing. The ape went straight for Commander Lu. "Commander Xiong? Commander Yuan." Lu gasped, recognizing the corpses of his former comrades. You were turned into bone puppets?" He was horrified, but he was still a master. He swung his blade, trying to find the hidden controller. "Show yourself. Hiding in the dark is cowardice." I didn't answer. I watched from the brush, as cold as a snake. I've survived long enough to know that you don't jump out until the kill is guaranteed. I watched as my insects swarmed his men and the corpses tore through his morale. Finally, Lu's guard slipped. He was frantic, surrounded by the dead. Now, Shao Kai and I moved as one. A burst of fire distracted him, and then I was there. My fist, wreathed in blood-red flames, punched a hole clean through his chest. "You," he whispered, his eyes bulging before going dark. "The commander is dead," the soldiers shrieked. They threw down their weapons and bolted. "Kill them all," I commanded. "Leave no one." My insects had already circled the area. No one who saw my face or my methods was allowed to walk away. When the forest finally went quiet again, I looked up at the main peak. I stayed where I was. A half-step grandmaster was still up there, and I wasn't suicidal. I had done my part. Now it was time to find Zhao Zhao. Trying to hold on to a half-step grandmaster who wants to run is a fool's errand. You'll likely lose more than you gain. An hour later, Pei Luoqing arrived at my bamboo grove. Most people in the 12 caves thought the 9 palaces intersect had planned a brilliant counter-ambush to win this battle. But as the cave master, Pei Luoqing knew the truth. This had been a lethal, unscripted raid. If I hadn't been here, the 12 caves would have been wiped off the map. Junior brother, you've been hiding your strength deep, haven't you? Pei Luoqing looked around the grove, stunned that it was barely damaged. Just how strong are you? Is killing masters above your rank really as easy as reaching into a bag for a snack? Senior brother, you flatter me, I replied calmly. I'm just a man who's terrified of dying. I usually set a few little traps around my home for peace of mind. I didn't expect them to actually be useful. I didn't bother denying my involvement. I couldn't. Pei Luoqing's lip twitched. A few little traps? Are you sure about that? Let's not get bogged down in details, I countered. Did you catch the commander of the Ghost King's army? Pei Luoqing shook his head. No. When a half-step grandmaster decides to flee, I can't stop him. I frowned. That wasn't a normal army, was it? No. Pei Luoqing admitted, his voice heavy. They were the Qingyu Guards, the elite forces directly under the Ghost King. I didn't realize it at first, and it almost cost us everything. We were lucky you were here. The brothers in the other caves weren't so fortunate. It was a massacre. This meant the Blue Orchid King and the Ghost King were officially at war. No more shadows, no more politics. Just blood. Who would be left standing in the southern border was anyone's guess. I need to handle sect affairs, Pei Luoqing said, seeing I was unharmed. Rest well. Take care, senior brother. I watched him leave. I like people with boundaries. Asking too many questions is rude, and in this world, curiosity gets you killed. The next day, the lockdown was lifted. I was summoned to the Hall of Mourning to pay respects to the fallen. It was a grim sight. Even Qi Xian, the hall master, had died in the battle. They were all gone. I didn't know many people in the 12 caves, but the first 3 I'd met, Qi Ling, Qi Xian, and Old Wang, were all dead now. I had thought life in the mountains would be quiet and slow, but the world has a way of finding you. You can't hide from what's coming. After the ceremony, I didn't go home. I walked toward the outer defensive line. Zhao Zhao still hadn't returned. If she had been killed by the Qingyu Guards, there should at least be a body. I sat on a ridge and released thousands of scout insects. They blurred into the air, flying in every direction under my command. I stared at the horizon, realizing I'd almost forgotten what the world outside looked like. I pulled up my status panel. I was a rank 5 bone master now, with my mental strength reaching the late stages of the sea realm. This allowed me to control my insects over vast distances. I searched until dusk, my mind growing weary, until I finally felt a flicker of familiar energy. It was a rejuvenation bug I had given Zhao Zhao for emergencies. Following the signal, my insects dove through dark thickets and into a damp, hidden pit. I found her there. She was barely breathing, covered in blood, and missing an arm. She was unconscious, her life hanging by a thread only because of the bug's fading power. When Zhao Zhao finally opened her eyes, she was back in the bamboo hut. Everything felt warm and familiar. Am I dead? She whispered. Is this what happens? I get to go back to Brother Yuan. Then she felt a sharp pinch on her arm. It hurt. Wait, did Brother Yuan save me? She looked down at her limb and froze. My arm, wasn't it cut off? Why is it back? She gave a self-deprecating laugh. It must be a dream. Even dreams hurt now. The door creaked open. I stepped in, smelling the familiar scent of herbs and wood. She tried to activate her blood-eye bug to see me better, but I stopped her. You aren't recovered yet. Don't use your abilities. Just rest. Brother Yuan? Her voice cracked with joy. It's not a dream. I'm alive. I found you in a pit, I said with a small smile. It's a good thing you're stubborn. If you hadn't held on, you'd be down in the underworld playing cards with my grandfather and yours. What's playing cards? She asked, blinking. A game from my hometown, I replied. You've never talked about your home before, she noted. There's not much to say. Maybe I'll take you there for a tour someday. I walked to the bedside. Open up. Her heart fluttered at the thought of me taking her home. She obediently opened her mouth, and I let a few drops of a metallic-tasting liquid fall onto her tongue. Warmth spread through her chilled body instantly. What was that, Brother Yuan? Medicine. It was actually my blood. Since I'd refined the life-returning bone, my blood carried potent healing properties. Brother Yuan, who fixed my arm? A distant cousin of mine. I lied smoothly. A cousin? Where is she? Less talking, more sleeping, I told her. She pouted but closed her eyes. Life returned to normal. With Xiao Xiao back, I had someone to eat with and talk to again. The 9 palaces and the Blue Orchid Army tightened their security, and the Ghost King didn't get another chance to strike. Time flowed like water. New faces appeared in the 12 caves. My business with the Blue Orchid Manor grew, giving me access to high-quality demon corpses. I went into a frenzy of synthesis. I added a toad demon eye and got a rank 5 blood-sucking cicada. I added a dog demon gallbladder and got a rank 5 bold heart bone. I added a rock demon core and got a rank 5 mountain rock bug. Day after day, I experimented, evolving my swarm. I replaced every low-level insect with a superior version, skyrocketing my combat power. I even got permission from Pei Luoqing to expand the bamboo grove, building a private insect garden to cultivate higher-tier materials. Under my guidance, Xiao Xiao reached rank 4. Her control over the blood-eye bug became flawless. 2 years of peace passed like this. Then, Yu Hengchuan visited again. My master looked much older than before. Teacher, I said, bowing. We hadn't spent much time together, but he had given me the foundation I needed. I respected that. Lin Yuan, he sighed, looking at me. I've been too busy these last few years to teach you properly. I hope you don't resent me for it. I remember your kindness, teacher. I have no complaints. Good, he said, reaching into his robe. I brought you my personal study notes. Have you finished reading them all? Yu Hengchuan asked. I have, I replied. I didn't just read them, teacher. I conducted breeding experiments based on your theories. Your predictions on evolutionary directions were nearly 70% accurate. Yu Hengchuan looked stunned. You tested all of them? I rubbed the back of my neck, feeling a bit sheepish. Yes, I did. Good, very good. He beamed, his eyes shining with a pride I hadn't expected. Lin Yuan, I wasn't wrong about you. To have your talent and still remain so immersed in the ancient path without being distracted by the outside world, you were born to stand at the peak. Being your teacher is the greatest luck of my life. You flatter me, teacher, I said, bowing my head. I only see further because I'm standing on your shoulders. His hands began to tremble slightly. Lin Yuan, can you show me? Show me the results of the notes I gave you. Of course. Just a moment. I walked to the back of the grove and brought out several black jars. Inside were the ancient insects I had synthesized following his research. Since I hadn't refined them into subordinate bones yet, there was no risk of him sensing anything unusual about my cultivation. One by one, Yu Hengchuan opened the jars. As he looked at the insects, his expression changed. It was as if he was seeing a path to a dream he had long ago abandoned. He had spent his life trying to glimpse the scenery of the exotic bug list, only to lose his way and fall. Now, he was looking at the impossible made real. Lin Yuan, he said suddenly, have you ever thought about breeding an exotic bug? I smiled. Of course. It's every bone master's dream. I already had the rebirth bone, but I wanted more. I wanted every one of my life bones to evolve into something legendary. I tried once. Yu Hengchuan sighed, his voice heavy with regret. I almost succeeded, but I lost myself at the final step and failed. He confessed something then. The notes he had given me were intentionally altered. He had changed certain directions to see if I would follow them blindly. If I lacked the insight to think for myself or the willpower to deviate from the text, I would have failed. In his eyes, a student who just followed orders didn't have the right to pursue an exotic bug, but I had succeeded. I had taken his foundation and improved upon it. From now on, I will teach you the real things, he said, his energy surging. I will teach you how to breed an exotic bug. I've waited so long for this. He looked revitalized, but his intensity made me uneasy. It felt like a man giving his final testimony. In our world, there is a saying, he continued. To enter the 9th rank, you must possess one of the exotic bugs. To become an immortal, you must possess one of the top 3. Teacher, I interrupted, watching him closely. Are you all right? Is your health failing? He blinked, caught off guard. Most students would have been shouting with joy at the mention of an exotic bug. They would be begging for the formula. But I was looking at the cracks in his composure. I'm fine. He laughed, though it sounded a bit hollow. I was injured by a demon during the war. I just need rest. How is the situation in the south? I asked. I hadn't checked the news in a long time. It's a stalemate, he said. Since the Ghost King broke with the Blue Orchid King, the war has dragged on. No one is winning. It will stay this way until something breaks the balance. But don't worry about the outside world. Even an 8th rank master like me can't change the tide. The world is controlled by the few at the 9th rank. You're a genius, Lin Yuan. Your place isn't on the front lines yet. I nodded. I understand. Tell me, he tested. What is the 9th insect on the exotic bug list? What can it do? The dreamlike silkworm, I answered instantly. Once refined as a life bone, the master can control their own dreams and use silk cocoons to alter the memories of others. Correct, he said. And that is what I am going to teach you to create. He explained that while it's usually impossible to change a life bone after reaching the 4th rank, an exotic bug is the exception. Their power is so absolute that they suppress all other insects. I listened intently. Even with my black jars and infinite synthesis, creating an exotic bug on my own was nearly impossible. The rebirth bone had been a fluke of pure luck. But with a guide, I could skip the decades of trial and error that broke other men. Breeding an exotic bug requires more than talent, Yu Hengchuan warned, his face turning grim. It requires patience that borders on madness. One tiny mistake, and everything is lost. I'm ready, I said. I wasn't, he whispered. When I was young, I was too arrogant. I tried to force the silkworm to transform using a secret technique. The backlash was horrific. The half-formed corpse of the dreamlike silkworm melted into my brain. It scarred my sea of consciousness. He looked at me with hollow eyes. My mental power stopped growing that day. My path to the 9th rank was cut off forever. I was young. I thought I was invincible, and I paid the price for my ignorance. He wasn't just teaching me a technique. He was trying to finish the dream that had broken him. Yu Hengchuan looked at me with a newfound respect. He realized how rare it was for a young talent like me to stay so grounded. I wasn't like the martial artists who relied on hot-blooded arrogance and the desire to crush enemies. The path of bones was different. It required a steady hand and a calm mind. It was as if I was born for this ancient way. Bring me paper and ink, he commanded. I am going to give you everything. All my knowledge on how to breed the dreamlike silkworm. He had planned to test me for much longer, but his injuries had changed everything. If he didn't pass on his legacy now, his life's work would die with him. He couldn't let that happen. Out of his 3 disciples, I was the only one who had a real chance. I didn't hesitate. I brought the supplies and sat ready to listen. Yu Hengchuan straightened his back, his voice turning solemn as he began the lecture. The ancient methods of breeding the dreamlike silkworm are lost to time, he said. I spent 30 years piecing together fragments from old scrolls and testing them through trial and error. To start, you need the base, the illusion soul bug. You'll need a massive swarm of them. He detailed the process of feeding them specific herbs, cloud lotus seeds, swordhand seeds, great red mushrooms. Some batches had to be fed a single herb, while others required a precise mix. From these, I would have to produce specific hanging valley bugs, which would then be refined in black jars to create 3 types of true valley insects. But the most critical step, he whispered, is what I call the 9 dream transformations. He explained that the unformed silkworm had to be forced to transform into a human shape, then a cocoon, then a moth. The moth would lay eggs, and the cycle would start again. This had to happen 9 times. Each cycle took 3 years. That's 27 years of constant refinement, he warned. Only then will it truly become an exotic bug. He spoke for a full day and night. I sat there, mesmerized, realizing for the first time just how impossible this task really was. It was no wonder that in all of history, only 33 types of exotic bugs had ever been recorded, and most were nothing more than names in a book. I was too impatient, Yu Hengchuan admitted, a shadow of regret crossing his face. I tried to bond with it during the 6th cycle. I thought I was ready. I wasn't. It must be 9. He handed me the final notes, holding nothing back. I won't fail you, teacher, I said. I felt the weight of his legacy in my hands. It was heavy. He smiled, looking as if a massive burden had been lifted. As long as you succeed, that's enough. Honestly, this is only our third time meeting. There isn't much sentiment between us, and I don't ask for repayment. I just don't want my work to be buried in the dirt with me. He leaned back, his eyes tired. Don't feel pressured. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. If you succeed one day, just come to my grave and tell me about it. That will be enough. Don't be so pessimistic, I replied with a small smile. I'll raise this silkworm before you're gone. Just point me in the right direction. I'll provide the sweat, the effort, and a few tricks of my own to bridge the gap. He laughed, clearly thinking I was just being young and optimistic. Do you have any materials left for the refinement? I asked. He shook his head. No. After I failed, I was so bitter that I destroyed everything. I didn't touch a bug for years until I finally decided to take on disciples again. Take your time collecting what you need. You have a long life ahead of you. A few days later, Yu Hongchuan prepared to leave for the front lines. He gave me one last piece of advice. If I don't return from this war, he said softly, wait until you reach the 6th rank. Then, go to the 9th Palace intersect and find your senior sister. She will take you to the immortal bone realm. It's a place where a bone master can change their fate. Don't waste the opportunity. I nodded. I had heard of the immortal bone realm, but I'd been avoiding the intersect. I didn't want anyone noticing my multiple life bones until my mental power was strong enough to hide them. Are there exotic bugs in there? I asked. There are, he said. 1,000 years ago, a master found one there and rose to become a legend. 1,000 years? The odds were basically zero. But he explained that the realm was the site where an ancient bone immortal had ascended. It was a place of miracles. My mind started racing. What would happen if I used my synthesis ability on the high-level materials found in such a place? I kept the thought to myself. Shortly after he left, the Kanglan prince's estate sent over another shipment of demon corpses. But this time, Li Ruoqian wasn't with them. I approached the captain of the guard. Where is Lady Li? I asked. General Li has gone to war with the prince, the captain replied. My heart sank. First Yu Hongchuan, now her. The situation at the front must have turned dire. Usually, she always delivered the corpses personally. Is there news? I pressed. They say the surviving little prince of the great Yin dynasty has surfaced, the captain whispered. He's the key to the martial god's treasure. Every power in the world is hunting him now. The little prince. That was one of the few things that actually mattered to me in this life. The captain shrugged, looking exhausted. Who knows if it's true? I just want the war to end. Whether the empire stands or falls, it's the common people who bleed. Let it all burn, I say. We just want to go home. I didn't say anything. I couldn't change the world. Even if the treasure was found, it would probably just make the fighting worse. I handed the captain a list and several black jars. These are the bugs from our last trade. And here's a list of materials I need next. They are for a special project. Please, get them as soon as possible. The list contained everything needed to start the first cycle of the dreamlike silkworm. As the soldiers hauled the demon corpses away, I looked toward the horizon. The storm was coming, and I needed to be ready. I pulled up my status interface, the glowing screen hovering in my vision. My mental power was at the peak of the sea realm, hovering just a single step away from the 6th rotation. If I could break through, I would finally have the standing to enter the 9 Palaces' secret valley. But the world was descending into chaos, and I felt a heavy sense of urgency pressing down on me. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. One evening, Pei Luoqing rushed into my bamboo grove, his face pale and his breath ragged. He looked more terrified than he had during the demonic siege. Junior brother, something happened to teacher, he gasped. My heart skipped a beat. A powerful demon had ambushed our master. Not only was he gravely wounded, but his lifebone Gu had been slaughtered. The 9th princess had intervened at the last second, but he was barely clinging to life. Is it that bad? I asked, my voice tight. Pei Luoqing sighed, his shoulders slumped. Even if teacher survived, he would be a cripple, forever barred from the path of Gu cultivation. For a man who had spent his life climbing toward the peak, falling this far was a fate worse than death. They had already moved him to the inner sect for treatment. We weren't allowed to visit until he regained consciousness. What about the little prince? I asked. Is there still no sign of him? Pei Luoqing shook his head. He suspected the rumors about the Kunlun dragon vein were a trap designed to lure the great powers into a meat grinder. Even the king of Nightfall had gone to the wasteland to join the hunt. Despite the suspicion, the lure of the martial god's treasure was too strong. Nobody was willing to walk away. If I were that little prince, I'd hide forever, Pei Luoqing cursed, his frustration boiling over. I'd stay underground until I was invincible, then come out and kill every last one of these greedy bastards. I think the little prince feels the same way, I said quietly. Pei Luoqing patted my shoulder. He warned me that soon, the sect wouldn't be drawing lots anymore. It would be total mobilization. Everyone would be sent to the front. He told me to reach the 6th rotation as fast as possible. In a war like this, you were either an elite or you were cannon fodder. I nodded, knowing he was right. 3 months later, the Kanglan army delivered another shipment of demon corpses along with the materials I needed for the dreamlike silkworm. It was time for Xiao Kai and Wu Mei to get to work. While Wu Mei used her silk to wrap the best corpses for my future army, Xiao Kai scavenged the remains for hidden treasures. Xiao Kai eventually dragged a 3-colored gallbladder out of a massive, 3-headed snake demon. The bile was so corrosive it hissed as it hit the ground, melting the soil. After Xiao Kai refined the gallbladder with its flames, a strange, egg-sized stone remained. Xiao Kai circled the stone, eyes wide with hunger and fear. I understood immediately. I grabbed Xiao Kai and the stone, tossing them both into my black jar to begin a forced synthesis. It was safer than letting the snake eat it raw. A few hours later, the process finished. Xiao Kai slithered out, now a 5-colored python. The small nubs on its head had grown into tiny, sharp horns. It looked less like a snake and more like a young dragon. To test its new strength, Xiao Kai spat a glob of black fire at a nearby tree. Within seconds, the leaves turned yellow and brittle, falling to the ground as if autumn had arrived in an instant. The entire tree withered into a husk. Then, it spat a white flame at a flying insect. The bug went into a violent frenzy, smashing itself against a tree until it died. Physical decay and mental madness. Xiao Kai was becoming a terrifying weapon, but I wasn't satisfied yet. If I wanted to truly dominate once I hit the 6th rotation, I needed 7th-stage demon corpses for Wu Mei to control. Those demons were equivalent to grandmasters, possessing bodies that could regenerate limbs and endure impossible amounts of damage. I had asked Li Ruoqian for one before she left, but she had refused. 7th-stage corpses were strategic resources, far too valuable to be given away as trash. I couldn't buy them, and I certainly couldn't kill one myself. I sat in the quiet grove, watching my snakes and spiders, waiting for a miracle to fall from the sky. I stopped worrying about the 7th-stage corpses for a moment and focused on the materials for the Dream Remnant cicada. My master had spent 30 years on this research. It was time to see if I could finally digest his life's work. I selected the raw materials and began the process. I started with the return-to-bone soul-switching insect. The synthesis hummed in the black jar until I pulled out a first-rotation soul-switching bone. I didn't stop there. I added sword hand seeds and great red mushrooms, feeding them into the jar. The result was a 4th-rotation bone known as the great-grandmother bone. Refining this as a destiny bone would boost my mental strength significantly. But as a subordinate bone, it could trigger a hallucinatory explosion so powerful it literally sent enemies to see their great-grandmothers. I stared at it, stunned. Every bone name in this world had a history, and I could only imagine the terrifying story behind this one. Still, it wasn't enough. To breed the Dream Remnant cicada, I needed 3 specific precursor true bones. Without them, I couldn't even enter the Dream Wine stage of cultivation. I gathered more materials and started the next synthesis. While I worked in my grove, the world outside was descending into chaos. Far away, at the Kunlun Su mountain range, the air was thick with dark clouds and ancient power. This was the site of the Great Yin Dragon Vein. Every major power had gathered there: the Night Owl, the kings of Kanglan, Yu, Qian, Han, and Ying, and the great general of the state. They were all hunting for one person, the lost little prince of Great Yin. 6 months ago, the dragon vein had pulsed with a strange vision, signaling that the true dragon would reappear. Rumors spread that the Night Owl King had slain a demon lord and discovered that the little prince, born to imperial concubine and years ago, was still alive. He was the last direct bloodline of the great Yin Empire. Kunlun-su was massive, stretching across 6 prefectures. No single faction could claim it. So, they made a pact. No armies would enter the mountains. Only masters of the 8th rank or higher could go inside to search. It was a race to find the boy and claim the future of the empire. Deep in those mountains, in a tiny, muddy village, a sturdy young man with sun-darkened skin carried bundles of firewood through the rain. The villagers called him Godan. They praised him for being a hard-working son to the widow, Mother Chun. "Uncle, Auntie, good morning," Godan called out with a bright smile, his feet moving fast over the slick paths. He vanished around a corner and headed for home. "Mom, I'm back," he shouted from 100 meters away. Usually, his mother would be waiting at the gate. Today, there was silence. He frowned, wondering if she was napping. He dropped the wood and hurried inside. His heart stopped. A trail of blood smeared the floor, leading from the main hall into the bedroom. "Mom!" he screamed, lunging into the room. He found her. A headless body lay in a pool of blood. On the bed sat a monster. It was 9 feet tall with a human body and the hairy paws of a dog. A massive blade hung at its waist. A demon. Godan staggered back, paralyzed by terror. But then, grief turned into a blinding, white-hot rage. His eyes turned red. He lost all reason. "You dog demon! Give me back my mother!" he shrieked. He didn't think about survival. He only wanted blood. "Small thing," the dog demon chuckled, its voice a raspy growl. "You smell special. Eating you will be a treat." As Godan charged, the demon flicked a hand. The boy flew backward, smashing into the wall. "Ignorant mortal," the demon said, licking its lips. "Such pathetic courage. Come on, get your blood pumping. It makes the meat taste better when the marrow is warm." Godan struggled to his feet, spitting out blood. He lunged again, and again. He was a mindless beast, throwing himself at a wall of certain death. The demon laughed, stepping on the headless corpse of the boy's mother to provoke him further. Godan rose and fell, over and over, until even the demon grew bored. The boy should have been dead or broken by now, yet he kept coming. "You're a weird one," the demon grumbled, drawing its sword. "I'm done playing. I'll give you a quick end." The demon blurred forward, swinging the blade at Godan's neck. A head flew through the air, but it wasn't the boy's. The demon's own headless body slumped to the floor. It died wondering how its own life had ended so fast. A tall man in a black cloak and a bronze mask stepped into the room. His presence was overwhelming, like a god descending to earth. Godan collapsed, staring at him with hollow eyes. "God," the boy whispered. "If you're a god, can you save my mother?" To his shock, the powerful man didn't stand tall. He dropped to his knees. "The Night Owl greets your highness," the man said, his voice deep and solemn. Godan froze. An invisible force prevented him from kneeling back. "What are you talking about?" 23 years ago, the great Yin royal family was slaughtered by demons. The Night Owl King explained, his head bowed. "The Night Owl guards were tricked. We arrived too late. Only you were saved. The guard who took you was hunted down and died to protect your location. We have searched for you ever since." The man looked up, his mask cold and unmoving. "Heaven has blessed Great Yin. I have found you in Kunlun-su. My crimes are many, but I beg your highness to return to the dragon capital and take the throne. Once the empire is stable, I will offer my life in atonement." Godan stared at him. He knew the world was in chaos, but he never imagined he was the cause of it. He didn't want to be an emperor. He didn't want a throne. "Can you save my mother?" he asked again, his voice trembling. The Night Owl King shook his head slowly. "I am powerless to do that." I realized the truth then. This man, Yi Xiao, had been here for a long time. He had sealed the area and watched from the shadows. If he wanted to save my mother, he could have. But he didn't. He knew that as long as I had attachments, I would never become the ruler the world needed. He wanted to break me. He wanted to burn away my common life so that only a king remained. I stood up, shaking. My legs felt like lead. I walked over to my mother's cold body and covered her with a blanket. I carried her out of the house on my back. 7 days later, The funeral was over. I sat before her grave, feeling hollow. My life was a void. I had no idea where to go. Your Highness, Yi Xiao said softly. It is time to leave. He told me that as long as I refused the throne, the world would remain fractured. The demons would keep killing. This tragedy would happen again and again. No, I whispered, shaking my head. I can't do anything. I couldn't even protect my own mother. How can I settle the world? Yi Xiao's voice grew heavy. Because you are Li Qingxiu. You are the only direct bloodline of the great Yin royalty left. He told me that only I was legitimate. Only I could make the warring lords bow. I told him I wasn't worthy. I told him he should just pick someone else, or take the throne himself. Why obsess over a nobody like me? The idea of me being an emperor felt like a sick joke. Emperor Go Dan. I laughed bitterly. How ridiculous. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure exploded from him. It felt like two mountains were crushing my shoulders. He spoke of the founding emperor who rose from nothing to build a 1,000-year legacy. He spoke of ancestors who worked tirelessly for the people. You wallow in private grief while the world burns, he roared. How will you face your ancestors? I just shrugged and let out a dry laugh. See, this is what happens when you have no strength. You call me, Your Highness, but even you don't respect me. Why should the world? I didn't care about ancestors or peace. I had never tasted the fruits of royalty. I only knew that I watched my mother die and was too weak to stop it. If I became emperor, I would only bring more misery to the people. I will teach you, Yi Xiao said. You carry the god bloodline. Even if you started late, you can break the shackles. You can reach the peak of martial arts. You just want a puppet, I countered. I didn't believe a godlike warrior would truly serve a peasant. Yi Xiao turned solemn. My family has been loyal for generations. I carry the will of the founding emperor. I have no hidden motives. We fell into silence. I sat on the hilltop, looking down at the village. This was where I grew up. My home. My mother, the girl I liked, the neighbors who helped me, they were all here. I didn't want to save the world, but I wanted to protect what was left of this peace. If I refuse, I asked after a long time, will this village be washed in blood? Not just here, Yi Xiao replied. The entire empire will bleed. I looked at him. What was my original name? Li Qingxiu. I repeated it quietly. He told me it meant inheritance and responsibility. It meant being like the warm spring sun, bringing light to the people. I felt a bitter pang in my chest. I had achieved none of that. It isn't too late, Yi Xiao said, his tone softening. The world is waiting for your call. I looked at his bronze mask. I wasn't afraid of him anymore. I have one request. If I go with you, you must protect this village. Make sure no one gets hurt. My mother worked too hard her whole life. I just want her to rest in peace. Yi Xiao bowed his head. I swear it. From this moment, no demon or war shall touch this place. I can guard a village, but only you can guard the world. We both stood up. I took a deep breath. The air felt different. Fine. From today on, I am no longer Chen Go Dan of Xiaofeng village. I am Li Qingxiu. Yi Xiao dropped to one knee. His voice boomed like a great bell. I, Yi Xiao, welcome your highness back. Where to first? I asked. To meet the lords. He stood behind me, a massive, towering figure like an invincible overlord. As we walked out of the village, thunder rolled across the Kunlun mountains. The clouds shifted. A sign from the heavens. The various lords searching for the prince froze. They sensed the change in the atmosphere and rushed back. When they arrived, they saw Yi Xiao leading a massive army under the Yin banner. But there was someone else now. A dusty youth from the countryside sat atop a dragon horse. Yi Xiao, the strongest martial artist in the world, was personally leading the horse by the reins. The truth hit them like a physical blow. The bloodline had been found. The young prince, Li Qingxiu, was real. The lords looked on with mixed emotions. A legitimate emperor meant the end of the chaos, but it also meant the end of their freedom. They liked being kings in their own lands. They liked the profit they found in the disorder. Now, that was over. You see the prince. Yi Xiao's voice cut through the air, cold and sharp. Why do you not kneel? Under his suffocating pressure, the lords didn't dare resist. One by one they bowed. Since you have returned, your highness, one of them said, please reveal the vision of the Kunlun dragon vein. Let the world know. Let the demons tremble. General Bai Chun spoke next, his voice heavy with authority. He agreed that the prince should reveal the vision of the Kunlun dragon vein to gather the nation's destiny and calm the people's hearts. The other lords joined in, their eyes fixed on me, demanding a miracle. I stood there, Li Chengxiu, completely lost. I had no idea how to manifest a dragon vein or what they were even talking about. King Yishao saved me. He stepped forward, his presence cutting through the pressure. He told them that manifesting the dragon vein was no game and couldn't be done so carelessly. I had just returned. I needed rest, a proper welcome, and time to pay respects to the ancestors. He shut them down effectively. The lords weren't happy, but they had no choice. They hid their true intentions behind polite bows and retreated. Meanwhile, far away in the Nine Palaces Mountains, I was back in my small bamboo grove. As Lin Yuan, I was immersed in the joy of breeding dream-shattering silkworms. I was synthesizing them like crazy, trying to catch up to 30 years of my teacher's progress. It wasn't easy. Suddenly, Zhao Rizhong sent out a warning. I frowned. Senior brother Pei Luoqing was approaching in a hurry. I wondered if our teacher had finally woken up. Junior brother, the world is changing, Pei Luoqing said as he arrived, breathless. I guessed it immediately. They found the little prince. He nodded. The search at Kunlun Void had a result. King Yishao had found him. I remarked that with a master in the palace, the world might finally see peace. Pei Luoqing shook his head. It wasn't that simple. Being found by Yi Shao didn't make him the ruler. To be recognized as the legitimate heir, he had to undergo the Fengshan ceremony at Kunlun. He had to sacrifice to heaven and earth and resonate with the dragon vein. Without the dragon vein's recognition, the world would just assume he was a puppet or a fake. I nodded, but a cold realization hit me. I knew the truth. The real prince's bloodline and bones had been swapped into my body years ago. Even if that boy had a drop of the ancestors' blood from a jade pendant, he was a decoy. Eventually, his true identity would be exposed. When Yi Shao found out he'd been protecting a commoner, he would kill him. When is the ceremony? I asked, trying to sound casual. It's not set yet, Pei Luoqing replied. They're heading to the capital first. Once a date is picked, every power in the land will go to witness it. Even our Nine Palaces sect. He estimated it would take at least 6 months. The ceremony was complex, and more importantly, the prince was currently a commoner. He couldn't survive the spiritual pressure of the ritual without some cultivation first. I felt a pang of guilt. That boy had been struggling in the mud of the mortal world just like I had. He was my substitute. He was carrying the target I was supposed to wear. If the ceremony happens, Pei Luoqing continued, everyone there gets a spiritual baptism. It's a rare chance. If our teacher were well, he'd fight for a spot for us. For the first time since coming to this mountain, I wanted to leave. I wanted to see him, the boy Grandpa Tai sacrificed to save my life. The truth was too cruel. From a peasant to a prince, only to eventually find out he was a discarded pawn. Could he handle that? I wasn't sure I could. I had to go. There are things a man must do. After Pei Luoqing left, I went to the back of the mountain to Grandpa Tai Yi's grave. I knelt and kowtowed. I told him his grandson was alive. I confessed the guilt my mother and I carried. I promised I wouldn't let my brother die. As I spoke, my heart surged. A mysterious sensation flooded my mind. My sea of consciousness roared, waves crashing against the barriers of my mental world. I sat cross-legged and focused. The mental ocean overflowed, drowning the mountains of my mind and turning everything into a unified domain. When I opened my eyes, I checked my status. I had broken through. My mental strength had jumped from the great perfection of the sea realm to the early stage of the domain realm. It happened much faster than I expected. Understanding my own heart had cleared the path. With domain-level mental strength, even experts of the 8th or 9th realm wouldn't be able to see through me. I had the foundation I needed to act. I returned to the building and pulled out the secret manuals teacher Yu Hengchuan had left me. They detailed the creation of a bone house. To build one, I needed 3 things: domain-level mental strength, a heart resonance with my life bone, and enough subordinate bones. I checked all 3 boxes. My teacher took 12 years to build his. Others took decades. I didn't have that much time, but but I had a shortcut. I decided to start immediately, using my 5-colored python and the silk-spinning queen bone as the core. I had to be ready before the ceremony began. I hoped for a surprise. Constructing a bone house didn't just strengthen the feedback from my life bones. It had another incredible benefit. It could nurture spiritual substances. These substances were essentially natural treasures, but instead of being born from heaven and earth, they were cultivated through the path of bones. Different bone houses produced vastly different materials. I searched through my manuals for a long time, but I couldn't find any record of what kind of spiritual substance would be produced by a house centered around a 5-colored python and a silk-spinning queen. Records on true bones were rare enough, and records on bone houses were even scarcer. I really hoped for something valuable. If I could produce high-quality materials, I could sell them for money to buy higher-tier demon carcasses. Being broke had truly become my greatest enemy in this life. The quality of these substances depended heavily on the type of life bone used. For example, my teacher Yu Hengchuan's life bone was the Dream Trace butterfly, which excelled at creating illusions. His bone house produced something called mind-waking water. Drinking it boosted mental strength and enhanced comprehension for a short time. It was a treasure not just for bone masters, but for martial artists too, fetching a massive price on the market. I felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. If my house produced something like that, I could finally escape poverty and start making real moves. Whatever happens, happens, I muttered. Time to build. I called out softly, and Xiao Kai and Wu Mei immediately scurried over, landing on my shoulders. I looked at them both. Which one of you wants to be the core first? They both chirped and hissed with excitement, practically jumping at the chance. I rubbed my forehead. I can't do both at once. Your master will be sucked dry. I had only just stepped into the early stage of the domain realm. Building one bone house was already pushing my limits. How about this? We'll settle it with rock, paper, scissors, I suggested, treating them like children. The winner goes first. No cheating, and no throwing tantrums afterward, okay? They both agreed. I counted down. 1, 2, 3, go. Xiao Kai twisted his snake tail into a ball, rock. Wu Mei spat out a ball of silk in the shape of a fist, also rock. It's a tie. Again. They went again. Both chose paper. On the third try, both chose scissors. This went on for over 10 rounds. Every single time, they made the exact same move. I suddenly realized my mistake. They were both raised by me, and our intimacy had reached the level of heart resonance. We literally shared the same thoughts. How could one ever beat the other? It looked like I was going to be sucked dry after all. I couldn't make them fight for real. That would just hurt their feelings and ruin their teamwork. Being a fair parent was harder than I thought. I smiled helplessly and decided to just push my mental energy to the limit. If the progress was slow, so be it. I started selecting my raw materials. I took 99 little red snakes and began the synthesis. A notification flashed. You have obtained 33 first-turn little fire pythons. Even though Xiao Kai was a unique mutation, the little fire python shared the closest bloodline affinity with him. High affinity meant a higher success rate for the bone house. Next, I took 99 little spiders and added spring-approaching grass. You have obtained 33 first-turn spirit stream spiders. These were the best match for Wu Mei. I led the two of them to a secluded, newly cleared area in the bamboo grove. I had hidden this spot with formations so only I could enter. It was the perfect place for a bone house. I sat cross-legged, closed my eyes, and focused. I resonated my soul with both Xiao Kai and Wu Mei simultaneously. Immediately, I felt like I was entering two different mental worlds at once. Splitting my mind like this drained my mental strength at a terrifying speed. The first step was to strengthen the bond between the life bones and their subordinates. The concept of a house came from the idea of home. In the early days of the bone path, practitioners treated their bone insects like family. Only family could live under one roof. After a long time, the mental world shifted. The consciousness of a little fire python began to solidify. In the physical world, the snakes began actively building a nest. They spat out a mysterious, dust-like substance that was almost invisible to the naked eye. As more snakes joined in, the dust accumulated into something like soil. On the other side, the spirit stream spiders were doing the same, digging deep into the earth. I became completely submerged in the process, losing track of time. When I finally snapped out of it, my sea of consciousness was bone dry. I felt weak, dizzy, and hollowed out. I looked down and saw that both bone houses had only been excavated about a foot deep. Only about 80 subordinate bones on each side had successfully joined the structure. I checked the water clock nearby. 3 days had passed. It took 3 full days and nights just to build 1 foot and harmonize a handful of insects. This was going to be a massive project. Xiao Kai and Wu Mei were exhausted too, curled up fast asleep on my shoulders. I would just have to grind it out slowly. Meanwhile, far away in the capital city of Tianan, the Great Yin Empire was rebuilding. After years of bloody disasters, King Yexiao had reclaimed this land with his army. In the imperial palace, a young man in a python robe was drenched in sweat, his fists blurring as he practiced. Beside him stood the towering, armored figure of King Yexiao, wearing a bronze mask and standing still as a statue. The young man finished his routine, a powerful shockwave erupting from his body and shaking the trees in the courtyard. This was the boy King Yexiao had brought back from the Kunlun Void, the village brat, formerly known as Chen Godan. He was now the last bloodline of the great Yin royalty, Prince Li Qingshu. Your Highness truly possesses godlike talent, King Yexiao praised. In just 7 days, you have broken through to the 2nd grade Qi refining realm and mastered the 1st level of the heaven-shaking fist. I've kept my end of the deal, Li Qingshu said calmly. Since returning from the mountains, he had only one goal, to wipe out the demons and the suffering of the people and avenge his mother. For that, he needed power. It is my duty to teach you, King Yexiao replied with a hint of a smile. In the Tianyuan continent, martial arts reigned supreme. Whether it was the 3 teachings, the evolution of demons, or the lesser paths of bones and arrays, none could compare to the martial path. There were 9 grades. First was body forging, 2nd was Qi refining, and 3rd was spirit gathering. Then came cocoon breaking, freedom, and the minor grandmaster. The upper tiers were the grandmaster, the martial saint, and finally, the 9th grade, the martial emperor. While I was navigating the politics of the 9 palaces, the boy I once knew as Chen Guden was undergoing a brutal transformation. Now known as Prince Li Qingshu, he was the last hope of the great Yin bloodline. He stood in a secluded courtyard, drenched in sweat, his fists cracking the air. Beside him, King Yexiao watched like a silent bronze statue. King Yexiao began explaining the history of our world's power. Beyond the 9th grade, there were the 5 gods. The first emperor had reached that level, sweeping across the lands and driving the demons beyond the Great Wall. He had created 3 god-tier techniques, the heaven-shaking fist, the sky-eye myriad sword, and the heavenly dragon fortune art. The fist was the simplest, passed down through the king's lineage. The sword was a secret only an emperor could learn. But the fortune art was the most mysterious. It was the foundation of the entire dynasty, a way to gather the very luck of the heavens. Li Qingshu listened intently. He had already broken through to the 2nd grade Qi refining realm in just 7 days. He wanted power, but not for the throne. He wanted to kill every demon that had touched his mother. Yet, as he practiced, doubt clouded his mind. He felt like a fraud. He couldn't even save a tiny mountain village, so how could he protect an entire empire? He kept punching, trying to outrun his own shame. While he trained, King Yexiao climbed a nearby tower to meet a woman shrouded in mystery. Her name was Muyao, a priestess from the frozen tribes of the far north. She had been brought here to verify the prince's bloodline. Her sister had married into the royal family years ago, and she was looking for the only surviving child, a boy the tribes called Lin Heir. King Yexiao handed her a vial of Li Qingshu's blood. He needed to be sure. The upcoming Fengshan ceremony was too important to risk on a pretender. If the boy wasn't the true heir, the dynasty would crumble the moment he stepped onto the altar. And Muyao held the jade bottle and closed her eyes. She activated a forbidden blood-tracing spell. A blue light flickered, and a vision flashed through her mind. She saw a dark night years ago. She saw 2 infants. A secret ritual had been performed to swap their blood and their very bones. My heart would have stopped if I had seen what she saw. The boy in the courtyard wasn't her nephew. He was a body double, a sacrificial lamb used to trick the demons. Her sister had swapped her real son with this boy to save him. That meant the real prince, the real Lin heir, was still alive somewhere in the world. And Muyao looked at King Yexiao. Her mind raced. If she told the truth, this innocent boy in the courtyard would be executed or discarded. He had already lost his parents and his identity to save her nephew. She couldn't let him die for a lie he didn't even know he was living. The bloodline is complicated, she said, choosing her words carefully. She told the king that the boy's blood was strange and needed more time to settle. She suggested a dangerous plan. Use the boy to fake the ceremony and stabilize the empire while they searched for more answers. King Yexiao's eyes narrowed. He was a man of absolute loyalty. The idea of putting a fake on the throne felt like treason. But Muyao argued that without a figurehead, the dragon veins would collapse and the people would suffer. She eventually left him alone with his thoughts. King Yexiao wasn't a fool. He suspected the truth now. He realized that the boy's mother, the late consort, must have been far smarter than anyone gave her credit for. She had pulled off the ultimate deception to save her child. As I sat in my bamboo grove, I had no idea that my own fate was tied to this royal lie. The wheels of the empire were turning, and the boy I once knew was standing at the center of a storm that could drown us all. King Yexiao was a man of iron. If someone dared to fake the bloodline of the great ancestor, he would kill them without hesitation. He wouldn't let sentimentality ruin 1,000 years of the empire's foundation. And Muyao knew this. She gambled on the fact that as long as she didn't admit the truth, the king wouldn't dare kill the boy, because that boy was the only lead to finding the real prince. As they spoke, a hidden scene from years ago seemed to play out in the king's mind. He made a decision. Within seconds, several figures flickered into the room. Alert the 36 steps of Tianlu. The king commanded, his voice cold as ice. Investigate everything related to Consort Un and her inner circle. I want a full report in 7 days. Years had passed since the incident. Demons had burned many of the capital's ancient records. Tracing the truth now would be nearly impossible for anyone else, but King Yexiao had the power to do it. He knew the coronation had to be delayed. Unless he was forced by absolute necessity, he wouldn't let an impostor take the throne. It was too risky. One wrong move could cause the crumbling empire to shatter completely. Time flowed like a river. Back in my bamboo grove, I was oblivious to the political storm. I was obsessed with my work. Day and night, I studied the construction of bone houses. Finally, it was done. In the dead of night, I let out a long breath. In front of me sat 2 small, mystical structures. One was narrow and sharp. The other was wide and draped in thick spider silk. These were my bone houses, built using Shao Kai and the silk-spinning queen bone as cores. A data panel flickered in my vision. My cultivation had reached the 5th transformation, and my mental strength had surged into the mid-range of the desolate realm. The 5-color fire cave and the silk-spinning mirror, I whispered. The effort had paid off. These bone houses didn't just boost my power, they provided resources. The fire cave produced heaven-shining fire, a flame condensed from solar energy perfect for forging or attacking. The mirror produced resurrection spirit strings, which held the power to heal and literally bring back the dying. The only downside was the yield. It took a full month to produce just 1 wisp of fire and 1 drop of spirit string. To get more, I need to upgrade the bone houses from 1,000-year grade to 10,000-year grade, or even higher. My teacher, Yu Hengchuan, had once mentioned that even veteran masters rarely reached the 100,000-year level. Million-year bone houses were just legends. I didn't dwell on the distant future. I needed wealth and materials now. I planned to sell the heaven-shining fire for a high price, maybe enough to buy a 7th-rank demon corpse. As for the resurrection spirit strings, I'd save those for my teacher. He had treated me well, and I took care of my own. 10 more days, I told myself. 10 days until I hit the 6th transformation. Then, I can finally enter the 9 palaces intersect. I was dreaming of the immortal bone secret realm, a place filled with endless true bones just waiting to be synthesized. The thought alone made me want to laugh out loud. 10 days passed in a flash. I woke up feeling stronger than ever. My status confirmed it. 6th transformation. It had been 7 years since I joined the 12 buildings. 7 years of living like a hermit. I had barely stepped out of my bamboo grove, let alone the sect. It was time to see the world, or at least the deeper parts of the mountains. I packed a simple bag and headed to the main peak. When senior brother Pei Luoqing saw me, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Holy crap," he shouted. "Am I seeing a ghost? You're actually leaving your hole." He had never seen a young man so steady. No wife, no kids, just sitting in one spot for 7 years. He couldn't understand how I endured the loneliness. "I reached the 6th transformation, senior brother," I said with a thin smile. Pei Luoqing froze. "Already? That's fast." He paused, comparing me to the legendary geniuses of history. "Okay, maybe not world record fast, but you're way ahead of where I was." I didn't tell him my real strength came from having multiple life bones. "You're here for the Immortal Bone Secret Realm, right?" he asked. I nodded. "I've been waiting for this." "I get it," he laughed. "I was the same way. It's a legendary place, though you can only enter once. It's where I found the materials to evolve my own power. Let's get moving. I'll settle some sect business, and we'll leave this afternoon." I went back to the grove to say goodbye to Wang Zhaozhao. We had spent almost every day together for 7 years, except for that one brief time during the war lottery. "I'm heading to the inner sect, Zhaozhao," I told her. "You broke through," she cried out, her face lighting up with joy. She always believed in me. "Take care of yourself," I said seriously. "If there's trouble, don't leave the grove. You'll be safe here." That afternoon, I met up with Pei Luoqing, and we left the 12 buildings behind. The 9 Palaces mountain range stretched for thousands of miles. To most, the rugged terrain was a nightmare, but I was used to the green peaks and silence. By nightfall, we reached a strange mountain gate. I looked around, confused. We weren't at the inner sect yet. "Where are we?" I asked. "The 13th building," Pei Luoqing replied. "Walking to the inner sect would take forever. We'd get lost in the mountain fog before we even got close. I'm here to borrow a traveling treasure from an old friend." He took a deep breath, cupped his hands to his mouth, and roared toward the peaks. "Senior brother Yang, come out and talk." A moment later, a massive black eagle screeched and dived from the clouds. The black eagle descended, its massive wings stirring up a gale as it landed before us. A man jumped down from its back. He was missing an arm, but he carried himself with an effortless, wandering grace. His long hair flowed in the wind, and his eyes were sharp beneath straight, sword-like brows. "Senior brother Pei," the man said, a small smile playing on his lips. "What wind blew you all the way out here?" "Senior brother Yang, let me introduce you." Pei Luoqing laughed. "This is Li Yuan, our teacher's newest disciple. He just broke through to the 6th rank, so I'm taking him to the inner sect. I was hoping to borrow your great eagle for the trip." Yang Chong looked at me, his expression kind and genuinely impressed. "You look so young, junior brotherly. To be a 6th rank bone master already. I'm envious." I cupped my hands and bowed. It was only possible because of our teacher's guidance. I got lucky. "It's getting late," Yang Chong suggested, looking toward the darkening peaks. "Why don't you two stay the night at the 13th building? You can head out tomorrow." I could tell he wanted to get to know me, but I didn't have the heart for small talk. "Thank you, senior brother, but I'd rather not. Our teacher is badly injured. I want to see him as soon as possible." Yang Chong nodded, understanding the urgency. "Fair enough. I won't hold you back. I wish you both a smooth journey. And junior brotherly, I hope you find a legendary bone in the secret realm." After a few more polite words, Pei Luoqing and I climbed onto the eagle's back. It took flight, soaring across the night sky. The wind whipped past us, but it was much faster than trekking through the jagged mountain paths. For the first time in days, I could finally breathe. "Senior brother Pei," I asked as we sat on the eagle's broad back. "What's our eldest senior sister like? I know she exists, but I've never actually met her." I knew our teacher trusted her with almost everything, yet she remained a mystery to me. Pei Luoqing chuckled. "I wouldn't say I know her perfectly, but we're close enough. Don't worry, she's very warm. She isn't one of those ice beauty types who looks down on everyone." "What's her cultivation level?" 7th rank, he replied. "In the 9th Palace intersect, she's one of the top geniuses of our generation. She was actually a frontrunner to become the next palace master. But then," he sighed, "the little princess, Xiao Qiner, arrived. After that, no one else had a chance." He looked out at the horizon, his voice tinged with a bit of melancholy. Maybe our lineage just isn't destined to lead the palace. Xiao Qiner has the heart-questioning bone, ranked third on the bone list. It's the best shot anyone has at becoming a bone immortal. No one can compete with that. I remembered Xiao Qiner. It had been years since I'd seen her. I wondered how far she had come after refining such a legendary bone. Being a palace master isn't all it's cracked up to be anyway, Pei Luoqing added, regaining his usual carefree tone. Being a building master is exhausting enough. I only took the job at the 12th building because they needed people during the war. Now that you've reached the 6th rank, maybe I can find a time to retire. 7 days later, the eagle crossed the final mountain range and landed on a high peak. Pei Luoqing took a deep breath. The inner sect is just ahead. There are layers of illusions and formations protecting it. You need a token to get through. Follow me. As we walked into the thick fog, the world began to warp. One moment I saw strange beasts and rare herbs. The next, I saw the smoke of cooking fires and people walking by. It was a dizzying mix of reality and illusion. I felt a sudden sense of humility. Standing before a sect that had lasted thousands of years, I felt like an ant. My pride in reaching the 6th rank vanished. In the grand scheme of the southern border, and the even greater powers in the north and west, I was still nothing. I had to keep a low profile. Finally, we emerged from the mist. Pei Luoqing pointed to a narrow crack in a valley wall. We squeezed through, and after a few dozen steps, the view opened up completely. It wasn't a grand palace of gold and jade. It was a cluster of simple houses with smoke curling from chimneys. It felt like a peaceful, hidden village. My eyes lit up. This was exactly the kind of place I liked. I figured you'd like it here, Pei Luoqing said, reading my expression. Too bad there are too many powerful people watching. You can't stay here long-term, or teacher would have moved you here years ago. Come on, let's go see senior sister and teacher. We walked down a path filled with the scent of flowers until we reached a small farmhouse. Teacher, senior sister, Pei Luoqing shouted from the gate. I'm back. Silence. Is she not home? I whispered. Oh, she's here, Pei Luoqing grinned. I'll try again. Li Yuan is back too. The door flew open. A flash of red blurred past me. Before I could blink, someone grabbed my arm and yanked me inside. Senior sister, wait. Pei Luoqing tried to follow, but a long, snow-white leg kicked out from under a red skirt, slamming into his chest and sending him flying backward. Bang! The door slammed shut and locked. I stood there stunned. Who was I? Where was I? Hello, Junior Brotherly. The voice was soft, sultry, and dangerous. I turned to see a woman in a vibrant red dress. She was stunning, with peach blossom eyes that seemed to pull at my soul. Her long black hair was pinned up with a red jade hairpin that shimmered in the light. She looked like a fire burning in the middle of this peaceful sanctuary. Eldest senior sister. Pei Luoqing said she was warm, but this wasn't what I expected. You're quite handsome, aren't you? Ning Hongyu said, looking me up and down with a playful smile. Senior sister, is senior brother Pei okay? I asked nervously. He won't die, she laughed. Every time he comes here, that life bone of his acts like a pig and starts eating my rare flowers. I have to keep him out. I blinked. So Pei Luoqing wasn't as refined as he looked. Junior brother, she leaned in, her eyes sparkling. Do you have a sweetheart? Compared to Pei Luoqing, she seemed even less proper. No, I answered honestly. No. Her smile widened. Good. Very good. Senior sister, where is teacher? I asked, desperate to change the subject. In the back. He's still unconscious. His life force is very weak. She turned and led me to the inner room. There, lying on a bed, was Yu Hongchuan. His hair had gone completely white, looking like dried-up roots. His face was ghostly pale. Teacher, I whispered, stepping to the bedside. His finger twitched. He was aware, but he couldn't move. We gave him everything we had when he was brought back, Ning Hongyu said, her voice turning serious. But nothing worked. Real life-saving medicine is too rare right now because of the war. Besides, even if he wakes up, he'll never be a bone master again. He'll just be an old man. I looked at his frail form and reached into my robe. Senior sister, I brought a medicinal liquid. It might help him. I pulled a small green bottle from my robes. Inside was the treasure of the resurrecting spirit, a rare liquid I'd obtained from the ancient silk mirror house. Ning Hongyu's eyes lit up. She uncorked the vial, and the scent of pure life force filled the room. It was thick, potent, and undeniably rare. "You've really outdone yourself, junior brother," she whispered. She didn't ask where I got it. She just diluted the liquid and carefully fed it to Yu Hengchuan, drop by drop. The effect was instant. His dry, papery skin began to glow with a healthy luster. The roots of his white hair turned a deep, rich black. Life was literally flowing back into him right before our eyes. "This is a miracle medicine," Ning Hongyu gasped. "It's even better than I imagined. No wonder teacher always talked about you." She let out a long breath of relief. She told me that before the war started, Yu Hengchuan had spent hours worrying about my future. He'd already pulled strings to get me a spot in the Immortal Bone secret realm and even secured a place for me in the Wenzin ceremony. "He'll wake up soon," she said. "I'm glad," I replied. I felt terrible that I couldn't visit him sooner because I was stuck trying to break through to the 6th transformation. "This is the least I can do as his disciple." "Are you going to wait for him to wake up?" she asked. "Or are you heading to the secret realm first?" I thought about it. I only had 1 drop of that medicine, and it was gone. Staying here wouldn't change his recovery speed. The secret realm, I decided. I want to settle my business there as soon as possible. "Fine," Ning Hongyu nodded. "I'll file the application with the princess immediately. You stay here and rest for 3 days. Then you head in." She gave me a look that made me remember her strange questions from earlier. I felt a bit of a chill. "Why so nervous?" she teased. "Afraid I'll eat you?" "A little," I admitted. There were so many freaks in this world of bone masters. Who knew what was hiding under a beautiful face? "Relax, I'm not a monster." She smiled brightly. "Tonight, we'll talk by candlelight. Once you get to know my heart, you won't be afraid anymore." That night, Pei Luoqing was finally allowed inside after being stuck outdoors all day. He had to swear an oath not to let his lifebone eat any more of her rare plants before she'd give him a bowl of rice. "Sister, this is blatant favoritism," Pei Luoqing complained as he watched her pour me wine and pile food onto my plate. "We're both your brothers. How am I supposed to feel?" "Then get out," she snapped. "Your skin is as thick as a pig's anyway. Be glad I'm not hitting you." "Sister, you don't actually have a crush on him, do you?" Pei Luoqing asked, his eyes wide. I nearly choked on my wine, spraying it right into Pei Luoqing's face. "Senior brother, don't talk nonsense." "Why not?" Ning Hongyu tilted her head back, her neck long and elegant. "Junior brother is handsome and talented. Who wouldn't like him?" Pei Luoqing blinked, then nodded. "Fair point. Keep the good water in our own fields. I support this marriage." "Wait, what?" I stammered. They were deciding my entire life over a bowl of rice. "Senior sister, senior brother, stop joking. I have no plans for marriage. I have too many enemies, too much blood on my hands. It's too early for romance." "I'm not joking," Pei Luoqing said, blinking innocently. "Does she look like she's joking?" I looked at her, and my heart sank. She didn't. "All right, I'll stop teasing," Ning Hongyu said, though her smile didn't fade. "Actually, this has to do with my life bone." "What kind of bone is it?" I asked. I searched my memory for every type of parasite and bone I'd studied, but none seemed to fit her condition. "The true love bone," she said. I froze. I'd heard of it. It was one of the ultra-rare true bones, nearly as powerful as the exotic bones. It had 2 evolution paths. It could become the Star Inquiry bone, ranked 3rd on the exotic list, or the red dust bone, ranked 11th. The true love bone gave the user absolute focus. But it had a catch. To reach its full potential, the user had to find a partner they truly loved. They had to practice together, heart to heart, body to body. "I see," I whispered. "It's not easy to find true love," Ning Hongyu sighed. "People change. If a man betrays me, it won't just break my heart, it'll kill me. That's the fatal flaw. To master the bone, I have to give someone else total control over my life." I nodded slowly. I'd never choose a bone like that. It was too much of a gamble. "Teacher praises you constantly," she continued, looking me in the eye. "I'll be honest. I won't say it's love at first sight, but you fit my criteria perfectly. You're the first man who's made my heart skip. If you're willing, we could try spending some time together." The directness of it almost knocked me off my chair. It wasn't that I didn't like her, but my mind was miles away from romance. I believe in fate, I said carefully. I prefer to let things happen naturally. Fair enough, she said, not looking offended at all. She was a bone master. She knew how much these things influenced the mind. I actually admired her for staying so clear-headed despite the nature of her bone. Anyway, back to business, she said, sitting up straight. Let's talk about the immortal bone secret realm. This is your chance to get an exotic bone. I leaned in, listening intently. She explained that 3,000 years ago, a bone immortal had ascended to the heavens from the heart of the Nine Palaces Mountains. The light from that ascension transformed the area into a secret realm. It was the only place in the world where true bones and exotic bones grew naturally. It's an island, she said, in the middle of a massive lake deep in the mountains. The bone immortals will still linger there. It's heavy. Even with your mental strength, you can only stay for 7 days. If you don't leave by then, his will crush you into the soil. 7 days, I repeated. That's plenty of time. One more thing, I added. If I find a lot of treasures, the sect won't be angry, right? Ning Hongyu laughed. You think it's a vegetable garden? You'll be lucky to find 2 or 3 things. Most people come out with nothing. Don't be greedy, junior brother, Pei Luoqing added. The record for treasures found is 5. No one has ever managed more. If it were easy to pick them, the realm would have been picked clean centuries ago. How can it keep producing treasures for 3,000 years without running dry? I muttered. I kept the question to myself, but the thought stayed with me. If I could maximize my time here, my gains would far outstrip any normal bone master. Ning Hongyu pulled out a weathered parchment scroll and handed it to me. This is a map of the island. It marks the general terrain, locations where treasures usually grow, and a few forbidden zones you must never step foot in. Will I be alone? I asked, gripping the scroll. Maybe not, she said, her voice dropping an octave. The other 8 palaces have their own paths to the island. They might send people in too. If you run into anyone else, keep your guard up. Whatever happens inside the secret realm stays inside. The outside world has no way of knowing what goes on in there. She looked me dead in the eyes. Don't trust anyone. I felt a surge of excitement. I barely heard her warnings. All I could think about was her saying that the outside world wouldn't know what happened. That meant I could cut loose. 3 days passed in a blur. During that time, Yu Hengchuan's condition improved visibly. His limbs were moving more freely, a sign that his consciousness was finally clawing its way back to the surface. The resurrection spirit string was working wonders. In this era of war, a medicine like that would fetch a fortune. After visiting my teacher one last time, Ning Hongyu led me away from the 9th palace. I had finally mapped out the sect's layout in my head. The 2nd through 9th palaces were built in a massive circle, surrounding the secret realm and sealing it off from 8 directions. The 1st palace sat at the center, right on the edge of the Great Lake. It was a perfect fortress, ensuring their sacred inheritance remained untouched by outsiders. 6 hours later, we reached the edge of a lake shrouded in dark, heavy clouds. A thick mist clung to the water, hiding everything from view. Looking out, there was nothing but a white void and the endless, rolling sound of crashing waves. It looked less like a lake and more like a vast, inland sea. Impressive, isn't it? Ning Hongyu asked with a small smile. I didn't think a place like this existed in the heart of the mountains, I admitted. A sea hidden in the peaks. It's breathtaking. Are you ready? Her expression turned solemn. Listen closely. The spirit turtle will take you to the island. It will wait for you for 10 days at most. If you don't return by then, it assumes you're dead and heads back to report. Take only what you can handle. Don't let greed blind you to the path home. The teacher and I will be waiting for you. She stepped forward and gave me a sudden, firm hug. I understand, senior sister, I said, nodding heavily. I'll come back safe. She lit a small jade token in her hand. Moments later, a massive turtle, nearly 20 feet long, emerged from the churning water. These spirit turtles were controlled by the 9 palaces together. They were the only way in. Go, she said, waving. Goodbye, senior sister. I hopped onto the turtle's broad back. As it paddled into the lake, the white mist swallowed us whole. I watched her figure disappear. I knew she cared about me. I had talent, a good personality, and we got along well. In this world, finding a genuine partner was essential for reaching higher realms of cultivation. She was clearly invested in my survival. The wind was freezing, and the waves roared around me. Sitting on the turtle, I quickly lost all sense of direction. As we moved deeper, a heavy pressure began to weigh down on my chest. The lingering will of the bone immortal was terrifyingly strong, even after 3 millennia. I pulled out the map. It listed 3 forbidden dead zones and 5 high-yield treasure areas. Soon, the turtle slowed down. A jagged silhouette emerged from the fog. I had arrived. The air on the island was thick with spiritual energy. I jumped off the turtle, landing on firm soil, and took a deep breath. It felt amazing, even with the immortals will constantly grinding against my mental strength. I tested the pressure. Most people could only last 7 days, but my mental strength was far beyond a standard rank 6-bone master. I could probably push it to 10, but not a second longer. If the turtle left, I was a dead man. Time is money, I whispered. Let's move. I expanded my mental sense, but the mist suppressed it. I could only see about 100 meters around me. If something jumped out, I wouldn't have much time to react. The map was less useful now. I'd have to rely on landmarks and gut feeling. I searched for hours. As night began to fall, I stumbled upon a tree so massive it would take dozens of men to circle it. This was it, one of the 5 treasure zones, Giant Tree Ridge. The record said this place produced 6 types of true bones and 11 types of rare materials. I had memorized them all. To the right of the ridge lay the living dead woods, a place I needed to avoid at all costs. Shao Kai, Wu Mei, come out, I called softly. The 5-colored python and the silk queen bone poked their heads out from my robes. They seemed intoxicated by the energy here, hissing and chirping with excitement. Shao Kai, can you find anything? The python's senses were incredibly sharp when it came to treasure. It flicked its tongue, then pointed its head toward a thicket of bushes. I pushed through the thorns and found a cluster of bright red berries. I focused my mind on them. A system prompt appeared, Dream Mirror berries. Grown under the Dream Mirror tree. Highly toxic, but an excellent tonic for snake-like creatures. Good stuff. I let Shao Kai devour them all. To save time, I used the black jar to accelerate the process. Your life bone, the 5-colored python, has undergone a mental transformation. It is now more sentient. Shao Kai still couldn't speak, but our connection deepened. I could feel its thoughts clearly. Master, I am so happy. Please, give me more orders. If the berries were this good, I wondered what the tree itself was worth. I looked up at the giant tree. Its trunk rose like a pillar holding up the sky, disappearing into the clouds. If I could refine this, I'd be unstoppable. I focused my intent on the tree. Target belongs to another owner. Cannot view or synthesize. I froze. Who owned this tree? The bone immortal's lingering will? I shook my head. Some things weren't meant to be. Keep searching, Shao Kai. We spent the next day and night scouring Giant Tree Ridge, harvesting and refining everything we found. It wasn't until the second night that I felt it, the distinct, sharp aura of a true bone. My eyes lit up. This was why I came here. I wanted to see if I could combine 3 true bones with rare materials to create an exotic bone. The answer was finally within reach. I moved toward the source. It was a cicada, its entire body shimmering like pure gold. This creature had 2 pairs of wings, a 4-winged golden cicada bone. Its evolution path was incredibly straightforward. It started as a sun cicada bone, shifted into a 2-winged golden cicada, and now, it stood before me as a 4-winged true bone. If I pushed it further, it could even reach a 6-winged state. The requirements were strict and singular, but I didn't care about the difficulty. Got you. I lunged forward, my hand snapping shut around the golden cicada bone. Without a master, this spirit insect was nothing more than fish on a chopping block. I suppressed its struggling energy instantly and tossed it into the black jar. Shao Kai, Wu Mei, and I kept moving. We spent another full night scouring the edges of Giant Tree Ridge until we stumbled upon my second true bone. This one was a rare plant-based type called the vivifying bone. It originated from the roots of the Dream Mirror tree, transformed by the lingering will of the bone immortal into something unique. It looked exactly like human meridians. If I refined this as a life bone, It would strengthen my internal channels and give me surgical control over my own body. I didn't hesitate. I shoved the vivifying bone into the jar as well. I only needed one more. My goal for this trip was to craft a sixth life bone, an exotic bone. Standard true bones weren't my end goal. They were just ingredients. On the morning of the fourth day, I found the third piece, an earth attribute bone. It looked like a pangolin, and the moment it sensed me, it started digging frantically into the soil. Where do you think you're going? Time was running out. I couldn't let it escape. I burst forward, reaching the spot where it disappeared, and slammed my fist into the ground. The earth collapsed with a heavy thud. To my surprise, the impact revealed a hidden underground passage I hadn't sensed before. I followed the tunnel for a short distance, but my gut told me to stop. The air felt heavy. My mental perception, usually wide-reaching, was dampened to a mere 10 meters. It was too dangerous. I decided to turn back until I saw it. Deep in the darkness, a brilliant, multicolored light flickered for a split second. It carried the unmistakable scent of the Dream Mirror tree. That tree was a legendary treasure, and seeing its source made my heart itch with curiosity. "Wu Mei," I whispered. "Send some insects and bats in there to scout." Even with a treasure in sight, I wasn't going to risk my own neck. If it looked like a death trap, I was prepared to walk away. Wu Mei, my spider queen bone, sent her scouts scurrying into the depths. Through our mental link, I saw what they saw. It was a forest of tangled roots, glowing like intricately woven fairy lights. But beneath those roots sat a massive coffin. In the flickering light, it looked cold and ominous, as if something was watching from the shadows. I hesitated. The energy there was so intense that Wu Mei's scouts couldn't go any further. If I wanted to know the truth, I had to go in myself. This was the Bone Immortal's place of enlightenment. Was someone buried here? A relative? A friend? I worried that entering would trigger some ancient curse. Just as I was about to retreat, I heard footsteps coming from the tunnel entrance. I wasn't alone. Senior Sister had mentioned that disciples from the other 8 palaces sometimes entered this realm. It looked like I'd finally run into some. "Senior brother, is the teacher's information reliable?" A crisp female voice echoed. "Is the sword fairy's body really buried here?" "Would teacher lie to us?" A man's voice grunted back. As they rounded the corner, they saw me standing at the edge of the dark passage. They both jumped, nearly drawing their weapons in surprise. "Are you a junior brother from the 9th palace?" the man asked, lowering his guard slightly. "I am." I nodded, keeping my expression neutral. "Are you from the 7th or 8th palace?" Those were the 2 closest to Giant Tree Ridge. "We're from the 7th palace," the woman said with a friendly smile. "I'm Su Yuelian, and this is my senior brother, Zhao Baodong." "Lin Yuan," I replied. I knew of the 7th palace. They were famous for their life bones that functioned in pairs, like husband and wife. "Junior brother Lin, did you hear what we were just saying?" Zhao Baodong asked, his eyes narrowing. "I did." They were looking for a sword fairy. I looked back toward the dark tunnel. Was she the one resting in that massive coffin under the roots? "Don't be nervous," Su Yuelian laughed, sensing my tension. "It's not a secret. If you heard, you heard." I relaxed, but only slightly. If they had tried to silence me, I would have been forced to defend myself, likely with excessive force. "Have you been inside yet?" Zhao Baodong asked. I took a look from a distance, I said, hiding the fact that I used scouts. "There are glowing roots and a huge coffin." Zhao Baodong's face lit up with excitement. "That's it. The sword fairy's body is in there. Junior sister, let's go." "But brother, isn't it dangerous?" Su Yuelian hesitated. "Even junior brother Lin here managed to get close and come back in one piece," Zhao Baodong said dismissively. "With the 2 of us and the tools teacher gave us, what's there to fear?" In his eyes, I was just an ordinary disciple from the 9th palace. He and his sister were elites, students of a palace master. He clearly thought he was on a different level. "Fine," Su Yuelian finally agreed. She turned to me. "Junior brother Lin, will you come with us?" I'm a bit scared," I said, putting on a timid face. The fear was mostly an act, but the caution was real. "Just stay behind us," Zhao Baodong said. "We'll protect you." I could see what he was thinking. He wanted a stray dog to follow them in case they needed someone to trigger a trap or open a heavy lid. But with them in front, my own safety increased. I agreed to follow. As we walked, I couldn't help my curiosity. Sister Yuelian, who exactly is this sword fairy? You really don't know? She asked, surprised. I guess you haven't been in the inner sect long. Not long at all, I admitted. Zhao Baodong seemed even more relaxed hearing that. To him, I was just a fresh rank 6-bone master from the outside world, easy to control. The legend of the sword fairy goes back 3,000 years, Su Yuelian explained, her voice sweet. 3,000 years? I gasped. That's the same era as the Bone Immortal. Exactly, she said. The sword fairy was the Bone Immortal's daughter. But she died before he ever achieved his ultimate path. I hadn't expected a family tragedy buried in this secret realm. 3,000 years ago, before he was a legend, the Bone Immortal was just a young man from the mountains. He had a brief, accidental romance with a woman who left him shortly after. He searched for her for 20 years, and by the time he became a powerful rank 9 master, he found her again, only to discover she had been killed by a demonic cult. Only their daughter had survived. He tried to claim her, to be a father, but she hated him. The Bone Immortal was left with a grief he could never voice. The Bone Immortal couldn't save his daughter back then. He could only watch over her in silence. Later, when the Great War between humans and demons erupted across the Tianyuan continent, the sword fairy died defending the border. It was only in her final moments that the misunderstanding between them was resolved. She finally acknowledged him as her father. That day, as she died, she called out to him with tears in her eyes. In response, the first ancient immortal in the history of the continent was born. Su Yuelian told the story with such vivid emotion that she seemed genuinely heartbroken for a woman who had been dead for millennia. I felt a heavy weight in my chest. A single grain of sand from an entire era can feel like a mountain when it falls on an individual. Even a genius like the sword fairy, someone destined for greatness, could be snuffed out by demons. History is littered with such talents, people who had the potential to reach the summit but never made it to the end of the road. The story didn't end with her death, though. The ancient immortal had carried his daughter's body into these mountains. His power reached impossible heights, and he used his own path to force open the gates of heaven. That was how this secret realm was created. He buried the sword fairy right here. I took a deep breath, my skin crawling. You aren't planning to turn her body into a bone servant, are you? Zhao Baodong flinched, his shoulders jerking. Junior brother Lin, watch your mouth. Even the princesses don't have that kind of power. We wouldn't dare. Then why are you looking for her? I asked. We're just helping our teacher test a theory, Zhao Baodong replied vaguely. I felt a chill run down my spine. These people were dangerous. My only goal was to find the dream arts. I had no interest in disturbing the sword fairy's rest. Don't be afraid, Su Yuelian said, trying to soothe me. We would never desecrate her. Everything we're doing follows the ancient immortal's will. I frowned. What exactly are you trying to do? It's the rest of the story, she explained. After she died, the ancient immortal refused to let her sleep forever. He tried to change her fate. He planted the dream arts here to sustain a flicker of her life force. But when a soul is gone, it's gone. Even with rare bones, resurrection has limits. She was truly dead. She continued, telling me how the ancient immortal eventually ascended, shattering the void to leave this world. But before he left, he tore away a piece of his own will and locked it in this isolated place. His obsession became a guardian for her body. He claimed that one day, she would wake up. He called it the echo of destiny. The echo of destiny. Hearing those words, I finally understood. Everything is fate, and nothing is up to us. The ancient immortal achieved his status using the Great Destiny Bone, ranked second on the rare bone list, Su Yuelian sighed. But his life was a tragedy. He spent his whole life searching, only to be mocked by fate at every turn. People say that was the price he paid for his power. He probably passed his true love 1,000 times in a crowd and never knew it. The moment he refined that bone, destiny had already set a price on everything he held dear. Zhao Baodong cut in. Because of the Great Destiny Bone's power, the Bone Masters of later generations believe the Sword Fairy can actually wake up. The princesses of every generation have been looking for a way. And you found it? I asked, still skeptical. To be precise, our teacher, the 7th princess, found it, Zhao Baodong said. A wave of unease washed over me. The seventh princess was a notorious fanatic. She was the woman who had publicly married her own lifebone, inviting the whole world to the wedding and ignoring their stares. If anyone had the twisted will to try something like this, it was her. But waking a 3,000-year-old corpse? The best they could hope for was a puppet, and doing that would bring the wrath of every bone master in the land down on their heads. By now, we had reached the deepest part of the secret passage. The dense tree roots around us began to glow with a dreamlike, multicolored light. The shimmer illuminated a massive coffin resting in the center of the chamber. Zhao Baodong's breathing turned shallow and ragged. This is it. The sword fairy sleeps here. We have to wake her. Su Yuelian looked equally ecstatic. I, on the other hand, was terrified. The seventh palace was full of lunatics. Why were they so excited about a corpse? Weren't they afraid a 3,000-year-old zombie would jump out and eat us all? Junior brother Len, can you help us with something? Zhao Baodong asked. No, I snapped. He blinked, caught off guard by my bluntness. Junior brother, this concerns the future of the 9 palaces. If we succeed, it will benefit the entire southern border. Your name will be remembered for eternity. I refuse, I said firmly. I didn't believe a word of it. If this was a grand mission for the sect, they wouldn't have sent 2 nobodies to handle it. This was the 7th princess's private obsession. Lin Yuan. Zhao Baodong's voice dropped, the mask of friendliness finally shattering. You know our plan now. That makes you part of it. I suggest you cooperate. He wasn't pretending anymore. To him, I was already a dead man. Su Yuelian stopped smiling too. Her sweet, patient sister act vanished, replaced by a cold, predatory stare. Junior brother, she said, her voice icy. Even the 9 princesses can't see into this realm. If you die here, nobody will care. She quietly stepped behind me, blocking the exit. Be a good boy and listen, Zhao Baodong sighed. Swallow a covenant bone later, and we might let you live. That's the best offer you're going to get. You really won't let this go? I asked. I made my voice tremble, my face twisting into a mask of fear. I let my body shake as if I were about to collapse. We gave you a choice, Zhao Baodong said. You chose not to take it. I didn't want to spill blood here. I was afraid of triggering some trap in the tomb. But they weren't giving me a choice. I stumbled back, acting weak, until I tripped and fell onto the floor. Fine, I'll do it. I promise. That's better, Su Yuelian said, her smile returning. She stepped forward and held out a covenant bone. The moment she reached out, a terrifying surge of blood energy exploded from my body. She tried to recoil, but it was too late. My hand, bolstered by the strength of the giant spirit bone, tore through her chest and crushed her heart in a single motion. She didn't even have time to scream. Her eyes widened, and she slumped to the ground, dead. You, Zhao Baodong stammered, his face turning pale. Next time, pick your targets better, I growled. As Su Yuelian hit the floor, 5 colored flames ignited on my shoulders. Gold, blue, and emerald fire swirled together, streaking toward Zhao Baodong. He never expected the harmless outsider he'd been mocking to strike with such lethal precision. He reacted quickly, summoning his lifebone to dodge the blue flames, but the fire grazed his arm. In an instant, a bone-chilling frost spread, freezing his limbs solid. How is this possible? He gasped, unable to even identify my lifebone. I didn't give him time to think. My hair stood on end, my blood boiling like a furnace as I lunged. In this cramped passage, his speed meant nothing. Within seconds, my hand was clamped around his throat. You're a princess's disciple? I expected more, I said, my voice dripping with arrogance. I let my eyes glow, projecting a sense of overwhelming power. You lasted a few rounds. That's something to brag about in the underworld. Wait, spare me, Zhao Baodong thrashed, gasping for air. I'll take the covenant bone. I won't say a word. I don't trust the living, I whispered. Only the dead keep secrets. I twisted my hand. A sickening crack echoed through the chamber as his neck snapped. His eyes, bloodshot and bulging, stared at nothing as the life faded from them. I let go, and his body slumped beside his partner's. I deactivated the giant spirit bone, feeling the surge of power recede. I hadn't wanted it to end like this, but they had forced my hand. Now, I was alone in the dark with a 3,000-year-old coffin. Ancient poems are full of freaks. It's terrifying. I sighed, leaning against the cold stone of the passage. Luckily, I was an even bigger freak than the people I just killed, or I wouldn't have survived the day. This place was dangerous. I needed to leave. Once I realized the person sleeping in that massive coffin was the daughter of an ancient immortal, any thought of scavenging disappeared. These ancient beings had endless tricks, and their power could linger for 3,000 years. It wasn't worth the risk. I turned to leave, but the dreamlike tree roots hanging from the ceiling suddenly pulsed with a brilliant, multicolored light. I froze. In that flash of light, the two corpses on the ground simply vanished. Then came the roar. The entire secret passage began to shake violently. Rocks cracked, dust filled the air, and the distant exit collapsed under a ton of debris. Sword Fairy, I didn't mean to offend you, I yelled, feeling like I was about to burst into tears. Don't hurt the innocent. I summoned the giant spirit bone again. My muscles surged as I threw punch after punch at the cave-in, trying to blast a path through the falling earth. But the roots flashed again. In the corner of my eye, I saw the heavy lid of the coffin slide open. I'll be damned. I started to curse, then bit my tongue. I immediately changed my tone. Sword Fairy, I never meant to desecrate your rest. I killed the bad guys for you. Please don't kill the good guy by mistake. My explanation felt pathetic and hollow. A sharp, clear hum of a sword echoed from the coffin. In an instant, the underground roots lit up completely, turning the dark passage as bright as day. They began to lash out, coiling toward me like hungry snakes. Zhao Baodong, Su Yulian, I hope your ancestors rot. I roared, unable to hold back my anger anymore. Shao Kai, Wu Mei, do it. Let's help the senior sword fairy go back to sleep. I couldn't afford to be respectful anymore. Wu Mei opened her mouth and spat out a torrent of spider silk. It looked like a white flood crashing against the rolling wave of multicolored roots. Under her cover, I grabbed Shao Kai and charged toward the source. Escaping was no longer an option. I had to cut the problem off at the roots. Shao Kai had been charging a firebomb for a long time. It was finally ready. With a blast, red flames flew toward the base of the tree. The roots couldn't move. If even a spark touched them, they'd burn to ash. Then came the second sword hum. An invisible wave of sword intent rippled out. The red fire was extinguished in a heartbeat. Terrifying, I whispered, my heart hammering. The sword chi she released unconsciously was enough to snuff out my strongest attack. The gap between us was a mountain. According to Zhao Baodong, she was at the peak of the 8th realm when she was alive. If she truly resurrected, I wouldn't last a second. But if she was just a corpse, I still had a chance. Just as that thought crossed my mind, my right arm went numb. Before I even saw the sword chi, my hand was gone. The firepower was too much. I triggered the echo drum, and a new arm sprouted instantly. Asterisk slash, slash, slash. More sword chi followed. My leg was severed. My left hand vanished. A hole was punched through my stomach. Even the hair on my head was shaved clean off. Is this ever going to end? I growled. If not for the regeneration of the echo drum and the massive blood energy from the giant spirit bone, I would have died 100 times over. This was just her body reacting reflexively. If a real sword saint were targeting me, I'd be dust. I couldn't keep this up. I looked around, searching for a pattern. I noticed the sword chi wasn't just hitting me. It was striking the small animals in the passage too. But in the empty corners, the air was still. It only targeted the living. I slammed onto the ground, face first. I played dead. I pulled Shao Kai and Wu Mei close, masking every bit of our aura and breath. A second later, the passage went silent. I breathed a sigh of relief. I was right. But now I had a new problem. How do I get out? If I stayed here forever, the will of the ancient immortal would eventually grind me down. I shouldn't have acted so tough. I should have kept Zhao Baodong alive to ask him how to handle this. Whenever the giant spirit bone took over, the surge of blood energy clouded my judgment. I hadn't been thinking clearly. Looking back, those two must have brought something that disturbed the sword fairy. They came prepared. If I wanted the truth, I had to go to the source. I jumped up and sprinted toward the coffin. Slash! The sword chi returned instantly. I'm dead, I yelled, hitting the floor and holding my breath. The sword intent faded. I jumped up again. The chi flared. Oops, dead again. It was like playing a game against a high-level AI on hell difficulty. Anyone else would have been sliced into 800 pieces by now. I told myself to never be this reckless again. I couldn't afford even a hint of greed. But I was human. Curiosity was in my nature. After dozens of cycles of jumping and playing dead, I finally reached the edge of the coffin. I slumped onto the discarded lid. One last time. My heart stopped beating, but my mind was racing. Senior Sword Fairy, I'm truly sorry. I just want to live. If I offend you, please bear with me. The echo drum pulsed with life once more. I leaped from the lid into the coffin. The closer I got, the denser the sword chi became. It was practically washing over my face. Move, I screamed in my head. I twisted my body midair, focusing everything on protecting my vitals. I felt my body get hacked into 4 or 5 pieces as I tumbled into the silk-lined interior. Only then did I finally see her face. The sword fairy had hair like a waterfall, strands of silver-gray light spilling over her snow-white robes. Her features were breathtaking. Eyebrows like distant mountains, long lashes resting against skin as pale and smooth as fine jade. Floating beside her was a slender long sword, glowing with a cold, blue light. That was the thing that had been carving me up. I stared at it, not daring to move an inch. Wait, something was wrong. I felt a warmth beneath me. Why was her body warm? Could she actually be alive? It had been 3,000 years. Even the most powerful emperors didn't live past 300. Martial gods were different, but they usually ascended to another realm. How could someone stay here for 3 millennia? Especially someone who was supposed to have died back then. Then I remembered the map. Near the giant tree ridge was a forbidden zone called the Tomb of the Living Dead. This had to be it. My mind raced. The exit was blocked, and time was running out. To leave, I had to make her go back to sleep. I tried to remember everything Zhao Baodong and Su Yulian had said. The key had to be in their words. Did they really intend to refine her? I looked at the sleeping beauty. She was the definition of legendary grace, but survival came first. I didn't care if she was a sword fairy or a true immortal. If I had to offend her to live, I would. Sword fairy, please forgive me, I thought. You were hurt by demons back then. If I get out of here, I promise to kill 10,000 demons to avenge you. I'll take your silence as a yes. I'm coming in. I focused my intent on her body, trying to trigger my bone master synthesis ability. Target is an owned object. Cannot view or synthesize. My heart sank. Owned. Did that mean she still had a lingering shred of consciousness after 3,000 years? Or did she belong to the will of the ancient immortal? If I had to refine her manually without my system's help, it would take a decade. I didn't have that kind of time. Every path seemed blocked. But I couldn't give up. There had to be a way out. Heaven never truly seals off every exit. I racked my brain, searching for a spark of inspiration, until a wild idea flashed through my mind. If she was an owned object, then I just had to take ownership. If I became her master, I could refine her in an instant. All my problems would vanish. Wu Mei, I commanded, my voice bold and desperate. Go. Make this sword fairy part of our family. I lunged forward, my mangled body surging with newfound strength. I grabbed the sword fairy's blade, my spirit-gathering bone erupting with power to pin it down. Wu Mei didn't hesitate. She spat out a thick web of spider silk, aiming to infiltrate the sword's essence. Suddenly, a heavy, ancient sigh echoed inside my skull. Is everything truly fated? Is this the price of becoming an ancient immortal? The voice exploded in my mind like a physical blow. The silk Wu Mei had spat out withered and fell away instantly. In the center of my consciousness, I saw a towering figure. He sat cross-legged, shaking his head in a slow, sorrowful gesture. This was the only ancient immortal to ever exist, but he didn't look like the majestic conqueror I had imagined. He looked defeated, exhausted. My daughter, this is your destiny, the figure whispered. This is all I can do for you. Sleep in the immortal valley. 3,000 years of physical immortality. A thread of lingering breath. A soul to shelter you. 300 years of clarity to return. 30 years of stability to remember. The ethereal voice faded, leaving the words ringing in my ears. I processed them quickly, my survival instinct redlining. I looked up and shouted toward the void. Ancient immortal. I, Lin Yuan, will take on this destiny. I am willing to bind my soul to the sword fairy. I will protect her past and her future. I am her destiny. At this point, I didn't care if the ancient immortals will truly understood me. I had to stake my claim. If this didn't work, I'd have to fight to the death. I reached into my shirt and gripped the jade pendant hidden against my chest. It was my final trump card, a treasure containing the martial god's will and blood from the founding emperor. If the ancient immortal was strong, the martial god wouldn't be weak. The towering, blurry figure in my mind turned around. Our gazes met across time and space. Yes, I can do it, I screamed. Time seemed to freeze. The phantom stayed silent. My hand remained clamped onto the sword fairy's blade, ready for the impact. Fine, the voice finally said. You may. The figure's face began to clear, becoming sharp and defined. But just as I was about to see his features, the sword stopped trembling. The mental world collapsed back into reality. The crushing pressure vanished. The killing intent evaporated. The beautiful sword fairy remained still in her coffin, looking as peaceful as ever. I was drenched in sweat, my throat bone dry. The ancient immortal had planned this long ago, but his conditions were nearly impossible to meet. It was a miracle he ran into me. He had used the secret realm to keep her body intact for 3,000 years, fulfilling the first part of his prophecy. But the second part, the soul binding, was the real hurdle. It required a bone master to turn the sword fairy into their life bone. But a powerful master couldn't change their life bone, and a weak one would die just trying to get here. Even if they survived, they wouldn't live the 300 years needed to restore her consciousness. The plan was a theoretical loop with no exit. I was the only solution. Was this fate? Maybe. Senior Sword Fairy, please forgive me, I whispered. I didn't use the system for this. Since the ancient immortal had laid the groundwork, the old-fashioned way was better. I squeezed a drop of essence blood from my heart and let it fall into her mouth. Then, I sat cross-legged and focused on the bond. Images began to flood my mind. She was from the Spirit Firmament Sword Sect, a natural sword spirit. She started training at 3, practiced martial arts at 5, and mastered sword intent by 10. At 14, she was a rank 6 master. At 17, a grandmaster. At 20, she fought in the Second Great War, holding the border against demons. She had slain 2 demon saints in a single battle, triggering a phenomenon where 10,000 swords bowed to her. She became a rank 8 sword saint, known to the world as the Sword Fairy. Then, at the age of 22, she was ambushed and killed by the 7 great demon saints. Her memories flashed by like a meteor shower. She was brilliant, elegant, and peerless. Experiencing her life left me shaken. In this world, martial arts reigned supreme for a reason. Compared to the path of the sword, the Bone Master path felt slow, a game for old men who had to grind through centuries unless they found a miracle. I felt a strange connection form between us. It was like the blood bond of a life bone, but deeper. My system panel flickered to life. Bone Master, Lin Yuan. Level, rank 6. Mental strength, Mid-Abyss Realm. Life bones, Spirit Gathering Bone, Rebirth Bone, 5-color Fire Python, Phantom Raiment, Silk Queen Bone. Sword Fairy. It worked. I let out a long, shaky breath. This trip was worth it. I came for a rare bone and walked away with a legendary sword saint as my life bone. Even if she couldn't use her full power yet, she was leagues above anything else I owned. I've been in this realm for 5 days, I muttered. 2 days left. Can't waste them. Sword Fairy, I called out mentally. The woman who had slept for 3 millennia stirred. Her eyelashes fluttered. Under my nervous watch, she slowly sat up. She turned her head stiffly, her vacant eyes staring at me without a word. Sword Fairy, we need to leave. I stood up, and she followed. She was living off a thread of my soul now. She had no real intelligence and couldn't speak, but she moved when I moved. As we climbed out of the coffin, a sudden thought hit me. If I walked out with her, the old monsters of the 9 Palaces sect would lose their minds. They'd probably cut me open to see how I did it. I wondered if the phantom raiment could hide her presence. As I walked toward the exit, a flash of colorful light caught my eye. The dream illusion technique. Earlier, the system said I couldn't refine it because it was owned. If the owner was the Sword Fairy, and I now owned her, then the technique was mine for the taking. I focused my intent on the light. It was a technique nourished by divine dew when the heavenly gates opened, a miracle that could purify and preserve all things. My eyes lit up. The technique was too large to physically carry out, so I had to synthesize it on the spot. It was a shame. I would have loved to plant it in my bamboo grove back home. As I was thinking, Wu Mei crawled out from the phantom raiment. She made a soft clicking sound, looking at the light. "You want to eat that?" I asked. All life bones had their own personalities. The spirit-gathering bone loved to fight. The rebirth bone was a silent protector. And Wu Mei? She was always hungry for more power. Among my life bones, the phantom raiment was the lazy one. While Shao Kai was a fierce warrior and Wu Mei was a seductive spider queen, the raiment usually stayed quiet. But now, it was showing interest. It wanted that light. I didn't hesitate. I decided to give it what it wanted. Shao Kai and Wu Mei didn't care for the dream illusion technique, but for the phantom raiment, it was the perfect fit. I pulled out my mysterious black cauldron and threw the phantom raiment inside along with the dream illusion light. "Don't let me down," I whispered. This light was a divine treasure, nourished by the dew of the heavenly gates for 3,000 years. Its value was easily on par with the rarest exotic bones in existence. Over the years, the phantom raiment had saved my life countless times with its stealth abilities. If it could evolve now, I would become truly untouchable. The black cauldron began to rumble. It grew larger and larger, piercing through the clouds like a pillar reaching for the heavens. It swallowed the entire dream illusion light whole. Usually, a synthesis took a few minutes at most, but this time, hours passed. I waited for 5 long hours, my heart hammering against my ribs. Finally, the cauldron stopped shaking. A notification flashed in my mind. My life bone had evolved. The phantom raiment was gone, replaced by the myriad forest bone. It was ranked 8th on the list of exotic bones. It gave me the power to manipulate the environment within a specific area, creating a personal domain. I could hide the aura of anything or anyone within it. It was a miracle of defense and deception. I felt a surge of pure joy. With this, I could fight, defend, and ambush with total impunity. Suddenly, the ground groaned. The entire island began to shake violently. By refining the dream illusion light, I had removed the core that held this place together. The land was collapsing. "Time to go," I muttered. The powerful masters of the 9 Palaces sect would be here any second to investigate the disturbance. I activated the myriad forest bone. With a single thought, a stable tunnel opened through the crumbling earth and rock. This was the power of an exotic bone. I could make it rain in a desert or bring snow to a forest. I burst through the surface and sprinted toward the shore where the spirit turtle was waiting. Behind me, the great tree ridge was sinking into the earth. I felt a brief pang of guilt, like a child who had broken a priceless vase. Then I shook it off. I was taking care of the bone immortal's daughter, wasn't I? A little service fee was only fair. I reached the shore and looked at the sword fairy. I commanded the myriad forest bone to wrap around her dress. Her form blurred and shimmered, melting into the air until she was completely invisible. Even an 8-ring master wouldn't be able to spot her now. The spirit turtle swam to the bank. I hopped on its back, and the invisible sword fairy followed. The turtle didn't even notice the extra weight. On the mainland, Ning Hongyu was waiting anxiously. She saw the colorful lights flashing across the lake and the mist swirling in chaos. She looked terrified. "Is junior brother okay?" she whispered to herself. A man approached her from the distance. It was Qi Yan, the vice palace master of the 9th palace and a powerful 8-ring master. "Uncle Qi," Ning Hongyu bowed quickly. "What's happening to the secret realm?" "I don't know," Qi Yan said, his eyes fixed on the island. "One of the disciples must have triggered something. I'm going in to check." "My junior brother, Lin Yuan, is still there," she pleaded. "Please, if you see him, save him." Qi Yan nodded. "Old Yu's disciple? Fine. If I find him, I'll bring him back." Just as he turned to leave, the spirit turtle climbed onto the sand. I jumped off, looking as tall and composed as ever. "Junior brother." Ning Hongyu rushed to me, her face lighting up. "You're safe. What happened on the island?" "I have no idea," I said, putting on my best confused face. I was looking for treasures when the whole place started shaking. I got scared and ran for the turtle immediately. Chien laughed. Cunning and cautious. No wonder old you likes you. You don't let greed cloud your judgment. I bowed deeply to him, my heart racing. The invisible sword fairy was standing right next to me in the mist. If this 8-ring master sensed her, I was dead. Go on, get out of here. Chien waved us off. I need to see what's left of that island. Ning Hongyu grabbed my hand to lead me away. The moment she touched me, I felt a sharp, icy surge of killing intent. It came from the sword fairy. I froze. Was she jealous? Shao Kai fought with other bones, but the sword fairy seemed to hate other women touching me. I tried to rationalize it. She had been alone for 3,000 years. She was probably just reacting to a strange aura. I'd have to teach her how the modern world worked later. We walked until Qi Yin was far out of range. I finally let out the breath I'd been holding. The myriad forest bone worked perfectly. So, did you find anything good? Ning Hongyu asked as we walked back toward the 9th palace. I'm satisfied, I said, a smirk tugging at my lips. Satisfied was an understatement. I had an exotic bone and a legendary sword fairy bodyguard. This trip was a total jackpot. It's a shame the island collapsed, she sighed. You could have found even more. It's enough, I assured her. How is Master? Is he awake? He is, she laughed. And he hasn't stopped bragging. He keeps saying that finding a genius like you in a dump like the 12 Outer Caves was the god's way of apologizing to him for his bad luck. We laughed together as we reached her small courtyard. It was time to see my master. I returned to the small courtyard with my senior brother. As we walked through the gate, I saw a white-haired man carefully fertilizing the flowers and plants. It was my master, Yu Hengchuan. I hurried over to him. Master, you've suffered so much lately. It was nothing at all, he said, waving his hand with a smile. Having walked the line between life and death, he seemed more open-minded now. He had let go of his final obsessions. With you and Hongyu here, I can enjoy my later years in peace. I'm content. Master, what about me? Pei Luoqing chimed in, popping his head out from behind us. Yu Hengchuan started cursing playfully. You're like a pig. You eat so much that if it weren't for your senior sister, you would have eaten us out of house and home by now. Pei Luoqing looked aggrieved. My lifebone is just like that. Is it my fault? Besides, I've been sticking to vegetables lately. Ning Hongyu didn't buy it. She kicked him squarely in the rear. Oh, so you're saying you actually wanted to eat meat? All right, stop bickering, Yu Hengchuan said, calming them down. The royal Wen-Zhen ceremony is approaching. Since you're all here, we need to discuss the quota allocation. My heart skipped a beat. Master, when does the ceremony begin? The princess sent me intel recently, he explained. The ceremony starts in 36 days. Usually, each elder only gets one recommendation slot. But because of my merit during the life and death crisis, I've been granted an extra one. That means 2 of the 3 of you can attend. The Wen-Zhen ceremony was a massive event. It was a celebration for the whole world where the dragon vein would reveal itself. Anyone going to the Kunlun ruins to participate would be washed in the dragon vein's spiritual rhythm. It was a rare opportunity that countless people were desperate for. I won't go, Ning Hongyu said, stepping back immediately. The chance should go to Pei Luoqing and my junior brother. Pei Luoqing laughed. My talent is the worst of the 3. This opportunity is too precious. It should go to senior sister and Lin Yuan. I looked at them, feeling a bit awkward. Wait, you guys are making me look like the selfish one here. The truth was, I really wanted to go. This involved my family's blood feud and the secrets of my mother's past. I had a reason I couldn't ignore. Plus, I had the myriad forest bone now. As long as I didn't reveal it myself, no one would notice anything strange about me. One's a mute, the other's a blind girl. Of course you want to go, Ning Hongyu joked, throwing an arm over my shoulder. Junior brother, don't be shy. If you want to go, just say it. We understand. I nodded slowly. I owe you both a huge favor for this. It's a small thing, Pei Luoqing waved it off. Senior sister, you should go with him. The ceremony might be dangerous this time. You're strong, so you can look after him if things go sideways. Ning Hongyu narrowed her eyes. Are you really giving it up that easily? We might be siblings, but let's be clear, what's the catch? Pei Luoqing gave a sly grin. No catch. Just, Let me eat my fill in the vegetable garden for 3 days as compensation. Get lost. Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes. 1 day maximum. In 3 days, you'd eat the entire palace empty, you pig. Deal. Pei Luoqing's face lit up with a treacherous smile. You set a trap for me. Ning Hongyu realized she'd been played. Hee hee, it's called the art of war, Pei Luoqing gloated. Master and junior brother are witnesses. 1 full day of eating. No taking it back. He licked his lips in anticipation. Ning Hongyu sighed, looking at his greedy expression. Fine, I won't argue with you this time. Then, right before my eyes, the handsome Pei Luoqing transformed. He turned into a massive, round-bellied man and dove into the vegetable patch, devouring everything in sight. I finally understood why his life bone looked like a mountain. He literally ate his way to that power. Master, you should worry if your second disciple will ever find a wife, Ning Hongyu teased. You should worry about yourself first, Yu Hengchuan countered. Your junior brother here is a good catch. He fits my ideal. Ning Hongyu blinked at me. Master, we shouldn't let good things go to outsiders. Why don't you just betroth us right now? Yu Hengchuan laughed. You certainly have good taste. I waved my hands frantically. Senior sister, it's too early for that. Let's wait until my cultivation is higher before we talk about romance. I'll wait for you then, she teased. She knew feelings didn't happen overnight, but she was the type to chase what she wanted. The next day, after a final lunch together, it was time for me to leave. Traveling from the 9 palaces to the Kunlun ruins took 15 days by Black Eagle, and I needed time to prepare. I'll find you in the 12 caves in half a month, Ning Hongyu promised as we said our goodbyes. Take care, master, I said. Yu Hengchuan gripped my hands with his withered ones. I've put my life's work into your hands, Lin Yuan. You must refine that bone. 7 days later, I made it back to my small bamboo grove in the 12 caves, with the sword fairy following silently behind me. Brother Lin, you're back. A figure rushed out from the bone hut. It was Wang Zhaozhao. Zhaozhao, your senses are getting sharper, I noted. Her blood-eye bone had taken her sight, but heightened her other perceptions. Brother Lin, who is the lady with you? She asked, sensing the powerful presence beside me. I hesitated for a second. She's my distant cousin. People call her the sword fairy. Cousin? Zhaozhao tilted her head. Is she related to the other cousin who lent me her arm last time? Yes, I lied quickly. Same family. Hello, sister sword fairy, Zhaozhao greeted her nervously. She could feel the woman was terrifyingly strong. She doesn't speak. She's a mute, I added. Zhaozhao's face filled with sympathy. A mute? Oh, Brother Lin, you are so kind. You took in a blind girl like me, and now you're looking after a mute sister too. I'll go cook. You show her around. Zhaozhao hurried into the kitchen, convinced the sword fairy was a victim of some cruel fate. I led the sword fairy into the bedroom. This is where you'll sleep, I told her. To truly bring her soul back, I had to immerse her in the world of the living. That girl is Zhaozhao. We're family now. You can't be hostile toward her. I had to give her clear instructions, or she'd treat everyone but me as an enemy. To my surprise, she gave a tiny nod. Since our souls were linked, she was developing a basic consciousness. She wasn't just a tool. She was becoming a living being again. I spent the next hour giving her simple commands. Drink, sleep, dress. Brother Lin, sister sword fairy, dinner is ready. Zhaozhao called out. Let's go, I said, leading the way. The sword fairy followed me closely, her silent presence a constant shadow in the quiet grove. I gestured toward a wooden chair, and the sword fairy sat down. Her movements were stiff, awkward, and completely devoid of grace. When I set a pair of chopsticks in front of her, she just stared at them. She had no idea what they were for. Brother Lin, Zhaozhao whispered, her voice laced with concern. Is something wrong with Sister Sword Fairy's mind? I nodded slowly. Her memory is gone. Right now, she's like a newborn baby. She has to relearn everything from scratch. How pitiful, Zhaozhao sighed. She fetched a wooden spoon and a bowl of porridge. Sister Sword Fairy, let me feed you. Open your mouth. Saya. Zhaozhao was incredibly patient. She treated the silent woman with the kind of tenderness only someone who had suffered could offer. That night, I asked Zhaozhao to help her bathe and change. From the washroom, I heard Zhaozhao gasp in surprise. Wow, Sister Sword Fairy, your skin is so soft. It feels amazing. And your figure, you're much prettier than me. Even though Zhao Zhao couldn't see, she could feel the perfection in the woman's form. To her, this wasn't just a person. It was a fallen immortal who had wandered into our world. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The sword fairy began to regain a flicker of spirit. She learned to eat by herself and handle her own basic needs, but without constant supervision, things went sideways fast. One moment, she'd be eating dinner, and the next, she'd bolt out the door to catch a bird in a tree. I'd find her swinging on bamboo stalks in the middle of the night or walking into my room while I was half-dressed. She was far from being civilized, but she was changing. The peace couldn't last forever. The Fengchan ceremony was approaching, and I had to go to Kunlun-su. It was the one lingering knot in my heart that I had to untie. Will it be dangerous? Zhao Zhao asked, her small face clouded with worry. She had heard the rumors. Power players and lords from every corner of the land would be there. It was the perfect time for demons to strike. Don't be afraid, I said, trying to reassure her with a smile. The Night King is overseeing the event. Nothing will go wrong. Once I receive the blessing of the dragon vein, I'll come straight back. Then, please take care. Zhao Zhao looked down. I knew what she was thinking. She had lost her father, then her mother. She had eaten rotten rats and tree bark just to survive the freezing winters until my grandfather found her. For her, this grove was the only home she had ever known. She wanted us to stay here forever, living a simple, quiet life. I turned to leave, but felt a pair of arms wrapped tightly around my waist from behind. Zhao Zhao was sobbing, her tears soaking into my robe. You have to come back, she choked out. I'll be here. I'll always be here waiting for you to come home. I sighed and gently stroked her hair. Silly girl, when have I ever lied to you? I'm coming back. I understood her fear. We both came from the same living hell of the outside world. I knew that crushing weight of losing everything. I gently unlinked her fingers, took the sword fairy by the hand, and walked into the morning mist. At the foot of the mountain, Ning Hongyu was waiting. She wore a striking red dress and had her arms crossed over her chest. She raised an eyebrow as we approached. No wonder you rejected the other senior sisters, she teased, her eyes darting between Zhao Zhao in the distance and the woman beside me. You've got two beauties hidden away in your grove. Junior brother, I really underestimated you. You're joking, senior sister, I replied, keeping a straight face. The one on the mountain is my sister. This is my cousin. Is that so? She rolled her eyes. Men's words are like ghosts, nothing but lies. Let's move. She summoned her black sable and looked at the sword fairy again. Are you sure you want to take your cousin to Kunlun-su? I have my reasons, I said. The sword fairy was my strongest combat asset. I wasn't leaving her behind. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. Kunlun-su is locked down tight. Not even a fly gets in without permission. I wasn't worried. With my myriad shadow skills, their defenses were a joke to me. I only brought the sword fairy out in the open because she needed to experience the world. She needed to see people and hear voices to stimulate her fading soul. Hey, are you really his cousin? Ning Hongyu asked. The sword fairy stood there, her white robes fluttering. She looked ethereal, like she belonged in a painting from 3,000 years ago. Her long silence and detached gaze only made her seem more like a celestial being. Ning Hongyu, who was usually confident in her own beauty, suddenly looked a bit self-conscious. She puffed out her chest, trying to maintain some competitive edge. I had to bite my lip to keep from laughing. Even a fierce warrior like her had a petty side. She doesn't talk, I explained. Her soul was damaged, and she lost her memory. Ning Hongyu's expression shifted instantly to guilt. She bowed slightly. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. Please forgive me. She looked at me, seemingly more convinced now. Why would I lie about having a mute cousin and a blind sister? I guess that means I still have a chance with you then, she joked, her mood rebounding instantly. Don't tease me, senior sister. Right, one more thing, she said, slapping her forehead. While you were training in the Immortal Valley, something big happened. The sect found out why the island was acting up. My heart skipped a beat. What was it? The 9 elders checked it out. The giant tree, the one the ancient immortals supposedly planted, is gone. It just vanished. Did they find out who did it? I asked, trying to sound casual. They think it was the 7th palace, she whispered. Two disciples, Su Yuelian and Zhao Baodong, went into the tomb of the living dead. Do you know that place? No idea, I said, shaking my head vigorously. It's the resting place of the ancient immortal's daughter. The elders found the tree gone, the coffin flipped open, and the body missing. They've pinned it all on those two, but they vanished. The palace master wanted to bring you in for questioning since you were nearby, but Elder Qi Yin stood up for you. I breathed a silent sigh of relief. I owed those two a debt of gratitude for taking the fall. But it's not over, Ning Hongyu added. The elders said they'll hunt those bastards down even if they have to go to the ends of the earth. The senior sister is right, I said, wiping a bead of sweat from my brow. Those bastards really went too far. I was still fuming about the lost time. The sect still owed me 2 days to search for opportunities, and I planned to make them pay me back later. With the Fengshan grand ceremony approaching, the 9 princesses were spread thin, but Ning Hongyu warned me they would definitely settle scores once the dust settled. Far away, at the summit of the Kunlun Void, Li Qingshu stood on the Heavenly Eye platform. He wore golden imperial robes, looking down at the world. A year of hardship had transformed him. The country boy I once knew now carried the heavy aura of an emperor. People said this place held the strongest spiritual energy in the world, second only to the capital. Yet, looking out over the peaks, Li Qingshu felt nothing but bone-deep loneliness. All the lords, martial masters, and heroes of the land were gathered at the foot of the mountain, waiting for his command. He stood at the highest point, a position that should have filled him with pride, but he felt like an intruder. He wondered if it was because he missed his home in Xiaofeng village, or if he just wasn't meant to be an emperor. It didn't matter now. Whether he became the true ruler of the world or remained a mere puppet, he had no choice left. He didn't notice 2 figures watching him from the shadows. Is everything ready on your end? King Yexiao asked, his voice muffled by a bronze mask. And Mu Yao, the young priestess of the northern ice plains, nodded firmly. There will be no mistakes. My tribe's totem magic will cloak the ceremony. When the dragon veins manifest, we'll fake a demonic attack to interrupt the ritual. It will deceive everyone. Her plan was simple. Use the chaos to stabilize the world's heart, unite the factions against a common enemy, and buy time to find the truth. King Yexiao knew the boy on the platform was just a body double, but since Mu Yao was protecting the secret, he had to play along. It was the only way to find the real prince. Once the true heir was found, they could hold the ceremony again and blame the interruption on the demons. At the edge of the Kunlun Void, a massive crowd had gathered, and Mu Yao looked at the sea of people, her heart heavy with worry. She wondered if little Linger was still alive and if they would ever meet again. After 7 days of traveling, Ning Hongyu and I finally arrived. The sky was clear, but the air felt suffocatingly heavy. We have to walk from here, junior brother, Ning Hongyu said. This is holy ground now. Only top-tier sects were allowed further in, and even they had to proceed on foot as a sign of respect for the dragon veins and the martial god. I told her to go ahead while I settled my cousin. She didn't ask why I brought an amnesiac girl along. She probably thought I just needed to look after her. Once Ning Hongyu was gone, I ducked into a small grove with the sword immortal. Stay behind the lines, I whispered to her. Don't get close to the powerful masters, and don't attack unless I tell you. Understand? She nodded silently. I activated the myriad forest technique, letting the green energy drape over her white dress until she vanished into the air, perfectly camouflaged. I took a deep breath and turned toward the towering mountain. A strange sensation washed over me. It was like a voice calling out, pulling at my soul. Even though my original bones and blood had been stripped away and given to Tai Yi's grandson, a tether remained. It was a chain I couldn't break. I was destined to be here. Ancestors, don't mess with me yet, I muttered, calming my racing heart. I told myself I was just here to see the boy who had saved my life, the grandson of the man who protected me for 16 years. I didn't care about the martial god's treasure or the dragon veins. Not yet. One day, I would stand on that summit and take back everything that was stolen. I stepped out of the woods and into the crowd. The Kunlun Void was divided into 4 rings. The outermost ring was a powder keg of sect armies watching each other and the demons. The middle ring held the sect elites, including me. Further in were the true power players, the princesses and lords. And at the very top were the imperial family and the Yexiao guard. "You're back," Ning Hongyu said as I rejoined her. She pointed toward the clouds. "See that golden platform near the sky? That's the Heavenly Eye platform. That's where the emperors worship heaven and earth." It was incredibly high. Even with my enhanced vision, the figure standing up there was just a tiny black dot. Was that him? My savior? My breath hitched. I had to force myself to stay calm. "Are you excited for the spiritual baptism?" Ning Hongyu teased, seeing my intensity. "Yeah," I managed to say. "We have to wait 3 more days. Even the high-level martial saints are waiting for this chance." As we talked, a sweet, clear voice called my name. I turned to see a young girl in silver southern border robes running toward us. "Brother Lin Yuan, I knew you'd come." It was Princess Xiaoqinger. She reached me, beaming with joy. I was surprised to see her. She was only 13, but I could sense she had already reached the 5th rank. The Wenxin Valley training was clearly paying off. "I'm still far behind you, Brother Lin Yuan," she said, her eyes shining. To her, I was the hero from that bloody night of the demonic siege. Her teachers told her I was just a childhood memory, a white moonlight that she had romanticized. But looking at me now, she felt that same sense of awe. If anything, I felt even more unreachable to her than before. Ning Hongyu looked back and forth between us, completely baffled. "You two know each other?" "The princess lived in the bamboo grove for a while," I explained simply. Ning Hongyu huffed. "My teachers said you were a loner, but you seem to have friends everywhere. Even a princess from the southern border." Xiao Qing'er stared at Ning Hongyu for a long moment. She looked confused, likely trying to place the glamorous, enchanting woman standing next to me. "You know me?" Xiao Qing'er asked. "I'm Ning Hongyu," my companion replied with a playful smile. Xiao Qing'er's eyes went wide with excitement. "Your senior sister Hongyu. My teacher told me about you. She said you're the strongest of the younger generation in the 9th palace." Ning Hongyu wasn't the competitive type, but I saw a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. She knew the truth. "That title will belong to you soon enough," she admitted. Against the talent of Wenxin Valley, even she knew she didn't stand a chance. "I still have a long way to go to catch up to you," Xiao Qing'er said, her voice humble. "Qing'er, stop chatting. It's time to go. Father is waiting." A young man with a sword at his hip approached us. I shifted my gaze and recognized him immediately. It was Xiao Lai, the Prince of Kanglan. Years had passed since I last saw him. The scrawny kid I remembered had grown into a man with a commanding presence, dressed in full armor. He barely spared me a glance, his chin held high with royal indifference. "Brother Lin Yuan, senior sister Hongyu. I have to go," Xiao Qing'er whispered, her voice dropping. "Please, be careful. My father says the Zen ceremony won't be peaceful. He fears a bloodbath is coming." "I understand," I said, nodding solemnly. "You stay safe, too." I watched them walk away. The Prince of Kanglan's warning confirmed my suspicions. He didn't trust this ceremony at all. None of the regional lords wanted another master over their heads, especially not the King of Yu, who was bold enough to collude with demons. As night fell, the various factions set up camp. Kunlun Su, usually silent and desolate, was now ablaze with thousands of torches. Due to the cramped conditions, Ning Hongyu and I had to share a tent. We laid on blankets, separated only by a thin hanging curtain. I rested my head on my hands, staring up at the moon through a gap in the tent roof. I couldn't sleep. My mind was racing, feeling a strange, magnetic connection to the very earth beneath me. My grandfather Tai Yi's dying words echoed in my head like a haunting melody. "Yuan, remember, you are not my grandson. You are the Prince of Great Yin. Your mother was the High Priestess of the Northern Ice Plains. 16 years ago, she was consorting. You must survive. Inside this jade pendant is a drop of the ancestor emperor's blood. If paired with the right medicine, it can regrow your god root. You must slaughter the demons. Restore Great Yin. Avenge your mother." I felt a sudden heat against my chest. I reached for the pendant. The ancestor's blood, dormant for so many years, was finally stirring. It was pulsing, desperate to merge with me. The great yin dragon vein hidden beneath Kunlun Su. That was the medicine I needed. "Don't worry," I whispered to the dark. "It's coming soon. I'll take back everything that belongs to me." I needed a moment of total chaos. Everyone was guessing what would happen at the ceremony in 3 days, but I was the only one who knew the truth. The dragon vein wouldn't just manifest peacefully. It was going to be a disaster. I didn't know how bad it would get, but if I had the chance, I'd save Tai Yi's real grandson. If not, I'd settle all my debts later. Asterisk thump, 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 asterisk. My heart beat with a heavy, rhythmic thud. Something deep under the mountain was vibrating in perfect sync with me. The martial god bloodline was truly a miracle. Even after being drained and having my bones replaced, some things were etched into my soul. Fate couldn't be stolen that easily. If it could, the greedy factions would have looted the ancestors' treasure long ago. A gust of wind flickered the tent flap. Suddenly, a warm figure settled down beside me. I turned my head to see a pair of eyes as bright as stars staring straight at me. A faint, ethereal fragrance filled the air. I slapped my forehead, half laughing, half exasperated. I'd forgotten. Without my active control, the sword fairy couldn't maintain her independence. She naturally gravitated toward me. While I was distracted by the dragon vein, she had slipped into the tent. She was breathtaking. Even after 3,000 years, her beauty was otherworldly, like a goddess who had stepped out of a painting. Fine, I sighed. You can sleep here. Just stay close. The mountain was too unpredictable. I knew I might lose focus again, especially on the day of the ceremony. The sword fairy nodded, her eyes wide and blank, still staring at me. Don't just watch me. Sleep. I projected the thought into her mind. She mimicked my posture, lying on her back and staring at the ceiling. She was a strange mix of silly, cute, and occasionally rebellious, like a stray cat I'd taken in. That night, I dreamt. I saw the ancestor emperor rising from the chaos of a broken world, sword in hand, carving out an empire. I saw my mother, consortin, weeping as she said goodbye. I saw a long line of emperors on the steps of the dragon throne, passing me, a tiny infant, upward, hand to hand, toward the crown. The next morning, loud shouting woke me up. Look, those are the people from the northern ice plains. I heard the women there are made of ice and jade. Absolute beauties. The one in the veil, that's the high priestess, and Muyao. They say consort and was so beautiful she made the rest of the imperial harem look like peasants. Her sister must be just as stunning. The words northern ice plains hit me like a physical blow. I sat bolt upright, my heart hammering. My mother's people were here. My aunt was here. I scrambled out of the tent, throwing on my clothes. Ning Hongyu was already standing outside, a mischievous smirk on her face. Morning, junior brother. You slept well, didn't you? I guess it takes a legendary beauty passing by to get you out of bed. Don't start, senior sister. I laughed, trying to hide my nerves. Sleeping in Kunlun's suit just feels different. You've got a good head on your shoulders, she praised. Me? I'm too scared of getting my throat slit in the night to do more than nap. Good thing I had you to guard me. I looked toward the base of Tianyan Peak. A group was approaching. At the front was a woman in an ice-blue robe with a blood-red shawl draped over her shoulders. Small bells made of pure jade and diamonds chimed at her hem. Her ankles were adorned with chains of ice gems that sparkled with every step. This was the traditional dress of the high priestess. Even with a veil obscuring her face, her aura was cold and regal. The crowd around us was mesmerized. Hey, junior brother, Ning Hongyu nudged me, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Try not to drool. She's a woman you'll never get, junior brother, Ning Hongyu teased, leaning in close. You'd be better off looking at your senior sister. I'm not exactly lacking, you know. At the very least, I can promise our kids wouldn't go hungry. I coughed, nearly choking on my own breath. Senior sister, what kind of talk is that? I'm just curious. People from the northern ice plains live worlds apart from us. It's not every day you get to see them. I don't believe you for a second, she said, rolling her eyes. Under the watchful gaze of every faction present, the group from the ice plains moved toward an open clearing. They gathered in a circle and began to dance, their movements rhythmic and strange, chanting ancient incantations that drifted through the cold air. Finally, and Muyao, the high priestess, stepped forward. She took a ceremonial flag and drove it deep into the soil. What are they doing? I whispered. A ritual, most likely, Ning Hongyu replied, her voice dropping an octave. It's probably related to the dragon vein. You know, this high priestess is actually the young prince's maternal aunt. They share the same bloodline. The Ice Plains tribes are famous for their totem arts. That's why King Yexiao invited her here. There are very few people in this world who can actually verify if the prince's bloodline is real. And Muyao is one of them. My heart skipped a beat. If Muyao could verify the bloodline, then she already knew. She had to know that the current Li Qingshu was just a body double. And if she knew, did King Yexiao know too? He probably did. If my gut was right, this entire Fengshan ceremony was a play, a massive, elaborate performance designed to fool the world. Or worse, it was a trap to lure the big fish out of hiding. And I was the biggest fish in the pond. I didn't trust King Yexiao. I didn't even fully trust this, and I had never met. Even the young prince, the grandson of Grandpa Tai, the man who saved my life, was someone I viewed with suspicion. I had to be careful. If I exposed my identity now, I'd end up as nothing more than a tool, a key for someone else to turn. The Ice Plains group finished their ritual and moved to another spot, planting another flag. I stood in the crowd, watching silently. I made sure I looked like just another face in the sea of disciples, keeping my expression flat and my breathing steady. After a while, they moved again, heading straight toward the Nine Palaces encampment. I felt a pang of nerves and instinctively stepped back, hiding behind Ning Hongyu's shoulder. "Junior brother, why are you hiding?" she laughed. "The Ice Plains beauty is coming right toward us. Don't you want a closer look? This is a rare chance." After seeing her up close, I countered, "I've decided senior sister is much more charming." "At least you're sensible," she smirked. As we chatted, the group arrived. And Muyao led the way, her bare, porcelain-white feet stepping lightly on the frozen earth. She had waited for the factions to gather before planting these totem flags because she wanted to see if I, her little Ling, was here. Suddenly, Muyao paused. The jade pendant hanging against her chest trembled slightly. Her heart raced. Asterisk, he's here. He's really here. Asterisk. But she didn't dare move a muscle. She knew King Yexiao's eyes were on her every move. If she revealed my location now, the consequences would be catastrophic. She kept her face like a mask of ice and continued forward. She planted the flag in the clearing, her eyes scanning the crowd with practiced indifference. She looked past the southern border disciples, past the Nine Palaces elite. She wondered if I had fled to the southern border after the royal massacre. Had I given up the martial path for ancient arts? She could feel me through the connection of our twin pendants, but she couldn't stop to identify me. She decided she would visit the Nine Palaces camp properly once the ceremony was over. She suppressed the tremor in her soul and walked away. From start to finish, she didn't show a single sign of recognition. I watched her disappear into the distance, and the heavy stone in my chest finally began to lift. She knew. She knew I was in the crowd. My own pendant had vibrated just then, making my muscles lock up in fear that she might try to claim me right there. Her coldness was a relief. It meant she was likely on my side. She was protecting me from King Yexiao's prying eyes. But I realized I hadn't been careful enough. I never expected the jade pendant my mother left me to have a twin. A storm was coming. I wanted to see how this play would end. I knew one thing for sure. I was the only one who could truly manifest the dragon vein. Even the biological grandson of Tai, who now carried my original bones, couldn't do it. King Yexiao had to know this. Yet, he had gathered the lords and heroes of the world at Kunlun Su anyway. Either he had a way to fake the ritual, or he never intended for the ceremony to finish peacefully. He was using this gathering for something else entirely. Even if King Yexiao was the peak of the martial world, he couldn't break the seals left behind by the god of war. And since he grew up under the shadow of the great ancestor's will, he was even more restricted. The pieces were falling into place. Let it get messy, I thought. The messier it gets, the safer I am. That's my only chance to untie this knot. Another night passed. It was the final day before the ceremony began. Ning Hongyu woke me up early, her face grim. "Junior brother, are you that confident, or just heartless? The bigger the waves, the better you sleep." "What's wrong, senior sister?" I asked, rubbing my eyes. Sleeping in Kunlun Su felt like being home. It was the only place I felt safe. "The princess and King Kanglin are calling for us," she said, her brow furrowed. "Something big is happening." This ceremony is about to turn into a disaster. I followed her to the main command tent of the Kanglan army. The place was packed with unfamiliar faces, geniuses of the ancient paths, prodigies of martial arts, and the elite of the 9 palaces inner sect. A moment later, King Kanglan, Xiao Yuan, stepped out. Beside him was an older woman with a regal, piercing gaze. "Greetings, King Kanglan." "Greetings, 9th princess," the crowd shouted in unison. This was my first time seeing the 9th princess. Technically, she was the teacher of King Kanglan's wife, making her twice his age despite her appearance. "Everyone," King Kanglan began, his hands behind his back. "I have an important task for you. Yesterday, our scouts detected traces of demons. They intend to attack Kunlun Su and disrupt the ceremony. This ritual is vital for the restoration of the Dayan royal family and the peace of the world. Nothing can go wrong tomorrow." He paused, his eyes sweeping over us. "With the strength of the lords gathered here, defending this place should be easy. However, hearts are not united. There are those among us who wish to see the world burn. Tomorrow, our defensive line will have gaps. Your job is to fill them." He didn't have to say the name. Everyone knew he was talking about King Yu. King Yu had already openly flirted with demons to wrestle control of the southern border away from King Kanglan. And he wasn't the only one with hidden motives. "Understood," the crowd shouted. One of the king's subordinates rolled out a massive map in midair. Xiao Yuan pointed to several strategic points, assigning teams to each. I was assigned to a post with Ning Hongyu and a detachment of the Kanglan army. The stage was set. The play was about to begin. Our mission was clear: hold the road leading to Tianyan Peak. I stood there with my senior sister, Ning Hongyu, watching the chaos unfold. "Sister," I asked, scanning the horizon, "from our 9 palaces sect, did only one princess come?" "I heard the 6th princess is here too," Ning Hongyu replied, her eyes sharp. "But she never shows her true face. Her life bone is the 1,000-face bone. She moves through the world as a phantom. Very few people can actually recognize her." I nodded, feeling a chill. The 9 princesses of the dynasty were a strange, gifted bunch. Each seemed more eccentric than the last. I didn't sleep that night. I woke up early to find the sky ablaze with a fierce, crimson light. It looked like a second sun had risen, illuminating every corner of Kunlun Su. The flags planted by the Northern Army began to glow, connected by an invisible thread of energy. The entire mountain range was wrapped in layers of flowing light. It was finally beginning. As a true descendant of the Dayan bloodline, I felt it more clearly than anyone else. The dragon vein energy hidden deep beneath Kunlun Su was being stirred by the ancient ritual. But it lacked a core, a host to guide it. Without that, the energy couldn't truly manifest. Since I was the only one who could serve as that host, I knew right then that this ceremony was doomed to fail. I looked toward the summit. Through the roaring flames, a figure appeared, slowly ascending the Tianyan platform. A powerful voice echoed through the peaks. "Today, the Dayan royal family joins Kunlun Su in this grand ceremony to honor the heavenly emperor and reveal the dragon vein." I caught the wording immediately. King Yexiao knew. He knew the young prince was a fake, a mere body double. That's why he invoked the royal family name instead of the emperor's name. In that single sentence, I smelled the coming storm. Looking around, most people were still filled with hope. They didn't realize how dire things were. A ritual like this is a baptism of fate. You can't lie to the heavens. If it failed, the last shred of the royal family's dignity would crumble. I was certain King Yexiao wouldn't let it reach the end. He would use the demons as an excuse to cut it short. The voice continued, booming across the valleys, praying for the dragon vein to remain eternal and for the dynasty to last 10,000 generations. As the words fell, a dragon's roar shook the earth. Radiant light erupted from the mountain, and a multicolored curtain of light formed in the sky, like an altar built by the heavens themselves. Birds took flight, their songs sharp and melodic, as the roar of the dragon woke the spirits of all living things. "May Dayan last forever," the crowd shouted. The lords and heroes at the foot of the mountain bowed their heads, hoping to catch even a fragment of the spiritual baptism. If they weren't so terrified of King Yexiao, they probably would have charged up the mountain to steal the blessing for themselves. On the platform, The stone altar glowed with a blinding light. Treasures were piled high as offerings. In the center, the imperial jade seal pulsed, connecting heaven and earth. A pillar of royal energy, 3 feet wide, shot straight into the clouds. "It's so small," an old man near me whispered. He looked like he had lived through the era of the previous emperor. When the late emperor took the throne, the pillar of energy was as thick as a mountain. You could see it from every corner of the world. Imagine how it looked when the great ancestor first founded the dynasty. The whispers confirmed what I already knew. The royal family's fate had withered. Their luck was spent. It had reached the point where any man of destiny could stand up and take the throne by force. But the person the world was waiting for hadn't stepped forward yet. I stayed quiet and watched. Slowly, dragon chi began to swirl around the pillar. In the shadows, the image of a 5-clawed golden dragon started to flicker into existence. The ground rumbled. People were ecstatic, thinking the dragon vein was finally manifesting and the gates of heaven were opening. Only I knew the truth. The real dragon vein was still deep in slumber. It hadn't moved an inch. Everything we were seeing was a hollow illusion, a cheap trick that couldn't last. Up on the platform, the prince, Li Qingxiu, stood frozen. He felt it too. He knew he didn't belong there. He belonged in that small village at the bottom of the mountain. He felt no connection to the ancestors or the dragon. He realized he was just a puppet in King Yexiao's play, though he couldn't tell if the play was meant to save the people or destroy them. Suddenly, the world shook. In the distance, a massive black lotus bloomed, erupting with thick, dark energy. It spread like a shroud of black clouds, choking the light of Kunlun Su. The energy pillar wobbled. The golden dragon phantom began to dissolve. "Black Lotus, Demon Emperor. You dare?" King Yexiao's voice thundered. He stepped out from the void, appearing instantly above the lotus. He struck out with a palm, shattering the space like a broken mirror. The black lotus turned to ash, but the ashes transformed into thousands of tiny lotuses that exploded in a chain reaction. The mountain groaned. "Protect the altar," King Yexiao roared, chasing the demon emperor into the distance. At that exact moment, swarms of demons began pouring out from every direction. I narrowed my eyes. What a performance! It was exactly as I expected. King Yexiao used the attack to terminate the ceremony early. This way, even if the lords suspected something, the common people would believe the heir had returned and the ritual was simply interrupted by evil. It preserved the illusion of power. It kept the army's heart united. "Kill them," the shouts began. Those who didn't know the truth threw themselves into a frantic battle against the demons. "It's happening," Ning Hongyu said, her brow furrowed. "Junior brother, let's go. We have to hold the road next to King Yu's territory." We moved fast. When we arrived, the situation was a mess. Just as King Kanglin predicted, King Yu's men had completely abandoned their post, letting the demons flood through the gap. The Kanglin army was already locked in a bloody struggle. And then, amidst the carnage, I saw a familiar face. It was Xiao Qiner, the little princess. Beside her was Li Ruoqian, her former personal bodyguard. Li Ruoqian's eyes widened when she saw me. She was stunned by the powerful aura radiating from my body. My blood vitality was surging, thick and heavy. It wasn't any weaker than her own as a great martial grandmaster. "Miss Li, it's been a long time," I said. I didn't wait for a reply. I charged forward, using my bone goo techniques to slaughter the demons in our path. As I fought, I leaned closer to her. "In this battle, can you help me secure the corpse of a rank 7 demon?" Li Ruoqian looked at me with a mix of annoyance and disbelief. "You're talking business at a time like this? Let's survive this disaster first." "Junior brother," a voice drifted from behind me. It was Ning Hongyu. "Your luck with women is quite something. No matter where you go, there's a beauty by your side, even on a bloody battlefield like this." I coughed, trying to stay focused. "Senior sister, don't get the wrong idea. Miss Li is just a business partner. Meeting her here was a complete coincidence." Ning Hongyu let out a soft hum. Her tone shifted, becoming playful yet dangerous. "Actually, I haven't given you a meeting gift yet. You mentioned you wanted a rank 7 demon corpse? I'll get one for you myself. I'll show you I can treat you much better than Miss Li." I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My senior sister was incredibly protective and competitive. Before I could respond, she blurred into motion. She carved a bloody path through the chaos, heading straight for a ranked 7 tiger demon. I kept fighting, but I made sure to hold back. Xiao Kai and Wu Mei were hidden beneath my clothes, and the sword fairy's consciousness was watching from a distance. I didn't want to draw too much attention. I threw a punch, blowing apart a rank 6 demon with a single hit. I felt the power coursing through me. With the support of my 2 ancient life bones, my strength far surpassed a rank 6 demon. I could go head-to-head with a rank 7 without an issue. If I went all out with every trick I had, I was confident I could kill one. But this battlefield was a mess of different factions. I didn't want to stand out. I kept my performance at the level of an average genius. Above us, the golden dragon phantom of the dragon vein was still crumbling, struggling to hold on. I needed to find a chance to resonate with it. I wanted that imperial inheritance. It belonged to me, and I wasn't going to let it go. The more chaotic things got, the better my cover would be. As I was planning my move, a figure came flying through the air. They slammed hard into a distant mountain wall, shattering the rock. It was Li Ruoqian. I narrowed my eyes. A rank 8 demon saint? No, not quite. It was at the peak of the half-saint realm. It was an elephant demon. It had the head of an elephant on a human body, but its feet were massive elephant hooves. Every step it took made the earth tremble. Normal swords and blades didn't even leave a scratch on its hide. Lin Yuan, get back! Li Ruoqian shouted. She gripped her blade and charged again. As a grandmaster, she could condense her indestructible acupoints to heal rapidly. She was a top talent of the Kanglan army, and she refused to back down even against a half-saint. But the gap was too wide. She had only recently stepped into the 7th rank. She was being overpowered. Human genius? Nothing more than this. The elephant demon growled in human speech. Its attacks looked clumsy, but they carried the weight of a mountain. A single kick could level a peak. No matter how refined Li Ruoqian's blade techniques were, she couldn't bridge the gap in raw power. I looked at the demon with greed. A peak-level demon corpse. Even a half-saint counted as rank 7, which meant it was within Wu Mei's range of control. If I could puppet that thing, my combat power would skyrocket. But I couldn't use the sword fairy. She was too famous. If she appeared, word would spread, and I'd be hunted by every major sect, especially the Lingxiao sword sect. If they found out I'd turned their legendary ancestor into a lifebone and was using her to warm my bed, they'd kill me 1,000 times over. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the other side of the field. I turned and saw Ning Hongyu. She was sitting right on the neck of the rank 7 tiger demon. Golden light erupted from her legs as she gave a violent twist. Crack! She snapped the tiger's neck with her bare legs. I was stunned. She had mastered the golden clothing goo and the great strength goo to such a terrifying degree. She hopped off the beast, dragging the massive corpse toward me. Her red dress fluttered, her pale legs stained with blood as she ran. "How about it, junior brother?" she asked with a grin. "Are you satisfied with this gift?" I'm satisfied," I stammered. "Thank you, senior sister." She was even more formidable than I had imagined. She didn't just use goo, her own physical strength was insane. "This is a rare opportunity. Use it to sharpen yourself," she said, laughing. "Now, I'm going to save your good friend Miss Lee." She blurred away again, her red dress a streak of fire as she headed for the elephant demon. Suddenly, a hail of sharp swords shot out from the shadows. Ning Hongyu was forced to retreat, activating her golden clothing goo to deflect the projectiles. "That red dress looks good on you, girl," a voice mocked. "Why don't I play with you for a bit?" A man stepped out, carrying a bundle of swords on his back. "Jiang Chofeng," Li Ruoqian snarled. "This is Kunlun. You're openly colluding with demons? Aren't you afraid King Yexiao will execute you and your master?" "Miss Li, you've got it all wrong," Jiang Chofeng laughed. "I stopped being human a long time ago. These demons are my brothers. Don't go throwing accusations around. The great Yin dynasty is returning." Li Ruoqian cursed. "The world will be purged. You'll die a dog's death." "Returning?" Jiang Chofeng sneered. "It's not happening. Wake up. Great Yin died a long time ago. Only pathetic fools like you are still living in a dream." "Disgusting," Li Ruoqian spat. "See if you can survive first." Jiang Chofeng said playfully. Hold on for a bit. I'm going to take that girl's head first. He lunged for Ning Hongyu. Be careful, Li Ruoqian warned. He's strong. He was a son of King Yu, and his strength is close to a half-saint. The battlefield was splitting apart. More and more demons were flooding this path. The Kanglan army was taking heavy losses. I realized then that everyone was acting. With all these masters and the Yexiao guards here, the demons shouldn't have been able to break through like this. Someone didn't want the young prince to take the throne. They were using the demons to wipe out the imperial loyalists. The only ones truly fighting to the death were the Kanglan army. Out of all the lords, King Kanglan was likely the only one who actually wanted the dynasty restored. Thud. After 100 rounds, Li Ruoqian was stomped by the elephant demon. She was nearly crushed. Her healing was slowing down. She was losing. I couldn't stay on the sidelines anymore. If she died, the Kanglan army would collapse, and my senior sister and I would be trapped. The elephant half-saint laughed manically, its trunk whipping around like a giant mace, smashing craters into the earth. Li Ruoqian slipped. Her blade was knocked away. The massive elephant hoof rose high, ready to turn her into a meat paste. At the last second, I tore through the crowd. I activated my giant spirit bone. My blood vitality erupted like a pillar of flame, surrounding me in a crimson glow. My hair stood on end, waving like blood-red waves. I threw a punch. Boom! My fist collided directly with the elephant's hoof. The shockwave sent the half-saint stumbling back a step. I was thrown back several paces, but I was unharmed. Behind me, Li Ruoqian stared at me, her mouth hanging open. Lin Yuanyu, she stammered. Are you even human? Elephant demons were born with godlike strength, and this one was a half-saint. Its raw power should have crushed any martial artist, let alone a bone master who usually lacked physical durability. Don't just stand there, I said, not looking back. Miss Li, I've set my sights on this demon's corpse. Help me cut it down, will you? Li Ruoqian looked at me like I was a complete stranger. I wasn't the humble, cautious man she knew. I was acting arrogant, even wild. I had the nerve to call a living half-saint demon a corpse. The elephant demon was beyond enraged. It hadn't even died yet, and I was already eyeing its body like a trophy. It was an insult it couldn't forgive. I didn't care. Size didn't mean anything to me. My hair flew in the wind as I stared the monster down. I told it clearly that if I said it was a corpse, it was a corpse. The demon's massive hoof swept toward me with enough force to level a building. I planted my feet, my muscles bulging so hard my clothes literally exploded. I didn't retreat. I met the blow head-on, my fists colliding with its thick hide. The shockwave rattled my teeth, and my blood felt like it was boiling. I used my life-return bone to the limit. I didn't step back to shed the impact. I just forced my breath to stay steady, letting the bone's power repair my ruptured organs in real time. Li Ruoqian was terrified. She thought I'd lost my mind. To her, I was fighting like a man with a death wish. She couldn't understand how a rank 6 bone master was fighting more aggressively than a rank 7 martial grandmaster. Don't just watch. I roared, not taking my eyes off the beast. Help me kill it. I pressed forward, my movements frantic and desperate. Even the elephant demon was starting to feel a flicker of fear at my suicidal style. It was a battle of wills. It tried to crush me with a second stomp, ignoring the damage to its own body just to finish me off. That was the moment I was waiting for. Shao Kai was tucked in my shirt, brewing a ball of white fire in its belly. As the demon lunged, the python spat the flame. The demon tried to swat it away with its trunk, but the fire was formless. It wasn't a physical flame. It was a pure mental strike that went straight into its brain. The demon staggered, its mind going blank for a split second. Li Ruoqian and I didn't waste the opening. She slashed her long blade deep into its massive skull while I delivered a brutal, explosive kick to its groin. The demon let out a blood-curdling scream. In its agony, a terrifying phantom appeared behind it, a saint's shadow that lasted only a second. It was a power far beyond our level. The resulting shockwave sent both of us flying backward. I hit the ground hard. My meridians were shattered, and my body felt like broken glass. My life-return bone worked overtime to stitch me back together. Li Ruoqian was in even worse shape. Her healing was slowing down, and she looked like she was about to fall apart. The demon, covered in its own blood, charged at us again. It wanted to grind us into the dirt. Li Ruoqian tried to use the last of her strength to push me away, hoping I could escape while she held it off. She told me to run. I stood up, shaking my head and wiping the blood from my chin. I gave her a grin. I told her to stop the melodrama. I reminded her that she owed me a favor now, and I expected a heavy discount on our future business deals. She was speechless. She couldn't believe I was still standing, let alone joking. To her, I was breaking every rule of what a bone master was supposed to be. The demon thundered toward us, but it didn't notice the little spider, Wu Mei, creeping onto the corpse of a nearby tiger demon. Just as the elephant raised its foot to crush me, a set of tiger claws burst through its chest from behind. Wu Mei had turned the tiger into a puppet. The demon's heart was crushed, but its vitality was insane. It managed to swat the tiger puppet away and scrambled toward the forest, trying to escape. I wasn't about to let a perfect corpse run away. I bolted after it. Li Ruoqian screamed for me to stop, warning me that the mountains were too dangerous. I just laughed. I told her to focus on her own wounds and stay weak while I handled the real work. I tossed her 2 healing bones and disappeared into the trees. She spat on the ground and grumbled about my foul mouth, but I could tell she liked this version of me better than the polite act I usually put on. Once I was deep in the woods and away from prying eyes, I slowed down. The arrogance vanished. I had played my part perfectly. I needed a reason to separate from the army so I could handle my own business. I didn't care about their war. I was the one pulling the strings here. I deactivated my giant spirit bone, feeling the surge of power fade. The elephant demon sensed my aura weakening and stopped running. It turned around, thinking I was finally exhausted. It thought it had the upper hand again. It started gloating, telling me it was an honor for a rank 6 to push it this far, but now it was going to eat me. It lunged, but it didn't get far. A woman appeared out of nowhere, standing right in front of me. She looked like a goddess who had descended from the heavens, elegant and cold. Even the demon froze, stunned by her presence. "Please, immortal, slay the demon," I whispered. A flash of sword light blinked. It was so fast the eye couldn't follow it. By the time she was standing behind the demon, she was already sheathing her blade. 3 seconds later, the elephant's head slid off its shoulders, and a fountain of blood sprayed into the air. The half-saint was dead. I collapsed onto the grass, my face pale. I was completely drained. Between the giant spirit bone, the healing, and managing my life bones, I had used up 90% of my energy. That final sword strike from my senior sister took the rest. Power like that was incredible, but it sure took a toll on the body. I lay flat on my back in the grass, staring at the sky. Having a sword goddess for a senior sister was a blessing, but using her power was a gamble I shouldn't take too often. 1 strike from her took 40% of my essence. 2 strikes, and I'd be seeing my ancestors in the afterlife. If I dared to call out 3 sword souls at once, I'd be dead before the blades even hit the ground. I waited for a while, letting my breath steady. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, I finally pushed myself up. I had recovered just enough strength to move. I looked toward the horizon. After the relentless waves of demonic attacks, the pillars of fortune atop the heavenly eye platform had grown dim. The golden dragon of the Empire's destiny would never manifest now. This was exactly what King Yishao wanted. He could blame everything on the demons while he pulled the strings from the shadows. Whether he planned to control the Emperor as a puppet or use a bloodline substitute to hunt for my true body, I couldn't say for sure. But the chaos he created was a gift for me too. It gave me the perfect cover to resonate with the dragon veins of the land without being noticed. I knelt on the ground, my heart heavy with the weight of my lineage. I whispered to the empty air, speaking to the ancestors of the Li family and the spirits of the past emperors. I told them that I was forced by circumstance. I couldn't give them a grand ceremony with incense and offerings, but I promised them one thing: no one would steal what belonged to our family. One day, I would slaughter every demon and restore the great Yin dynasty to its former glory. "If you believe I have hope," I whispered, "then grant me your inheritance. Show me the path. I won't let our people down." I prostrated myself, pressing my forehead firmly against the cool earth. I closed my eyes and listened. I searched for the echo of the dragon veins hidden deep within the Kunlun ruins. They say sincerity brings results. After witnessing the power of ancient celestial wills, I knew the martial god will of the first emperor wouldn't be weak. It had to be alive. It had to be listening. Thump, thump, thump. My heart began to beat with a heavy, violent rhythm. A searing heat bloomed in my chest. It was the first emperor's blood, sealed within my jade pendant, beginning to release its power. The blood seeped through the jade, turning into a crimson mist that soaked into my skin and merged with my body. I was right. The dragon vein of Kunlun was the ultimate medicine. Faint golden light began to shimmer on the surface of my skin. It looked like a phantom dragon robe was being draped over my shoulders, radiating an undeniable majesty. Small, golden five-clawed dragons began to spiral around me. I stared at them in shock. I had expected the inheritance to cause a massive disturbance. I thought the entire Kunlun range would shake and dragons would roar across the sky, announcing my presence to the world. Instead, it was quiet, contained. I couldn't help but let out a short laugh. It seemed my ancestor had anticipated a day like this. He had designed the inheritance to manifest in this miniature form to keep me hidden. My habit of staying low-key and hiding my strength was clearly a family trait. The tiny golden dragons circled me playfully. Even if they made a bit of noise, it was completely drowned out by the chaos of the Zen ceremony and the battle raging in the distance. Inside my mind, four small dragon eggs appeared within my sea of consciousness. This wasn't just a physical boost, it was a spiritual inheritance. As expected of a martial god's will, the backup plan he left behind was just as sophisticated as anything the ancient immortals had created. Maybe even better.